How are we doing, folks? Good morning. Happy Friday. I was looking through the decks I wanted to play some more of, and I realized a bunch of them had fossils in them, so Fossil Friday seemed like a fun and appropriate stream title for the day. Crockett, thank you for the over 5 years. Welcome back. I appreciate it. How is there a tournament every day? I mean, and I only play one of them. I mean, for people, just so we're clear, when I talk about Pocket having the most thriving community tournament scene in existence, today, random Friday, there are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 different tournaments scheduled over the course of this Friday U.S. time. And these two fired this morning, so that was 9. And then tomorrow on a Saturday, there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 things kicking off. And then, oh god, there's even more on Sunday. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. A little bit. Monday and Tuesday seem to be the lightest days of the week, but there's generally speaking multiple things every other, and like other things get fleshed out too, like day of. Yeah, there's a player cap on some of these. Like unironically, Pokemon Pocket is the most competitive digital card game to release in a very, very long time. It's really funny to me how much people are telling on themselves how little they know when they write it off or try and say it's just casual. One of the things that's really confusing to gamers is that Pocket gives you the option to play it casually, and they confuse the option to play casually with the game is only casual. Yeah, they're so used to other games not giving you the option. Like, you feel obligated to grind ranked in all these other games because it's a psychologically manipulative system that forces people to do stuff they wouldn't want to do. Yeah, I'm gonna run the Yanmega deck, Yanmega Lumineon back in the tournament today. I give it one more shot. Triple Quipples, thank you for the 1.5 years. Welcome back. Good morning, good morning. Opponent has first energy advantage. I have a fossil, it's not bad. I'm gonna lead on Marshadow. This Mew, depending on what they're doing, this Mew might go back into the deck with this this communication. Let's go digging. Lovely. That's a Regirock. Okay. This is definitely a fossil Regirock past the turn angle. This is really weak to grass. Yeah, so it's exoskeleton basically. It's just a wash. It's weak to grass too, yeah. Do any new cards help the Blaine deck? Not really. Blaine's one of those decks that's like, it's one of the pre-built decks that's obviously supposed to exist, but it's kind of never been competitive. Like, spikes the occasional tournament result, but when you look at all of the actual data around, it's like, oh, this is pretty mid, huh? Huh. I think I'm... Gosh, it's a darn shame we don't have one of our 2 copies of Leaf. Because if we had Leaf, we'd be able to put this up and scramble the egg. I think I'm just doing this, is the plan. I think we're just letting Marshadow take 1 for the team. Because this only needs 1 energy to attack, so I think I want to get Mew charged up. I guess there's a world where I put the energy here, and then that gives me the option to discard an energy from this to retreat next turn, not giving up a knockout point. Maybe that's better. Yeah, I think that would have been better, actually. Because now I can't apply pressure. That's fine. We'll just top deck Leaf, and it'll be insane. It's okay. Just be lucky, chat. Let's get Crack-a-Lack in here. Should we skip evolving so there's no recoil? That's an interesting thought. Yeah, maybe that's better. I genuinely hadn't considered it, but yeah. Because this is going to die to an Executor heads anyways because of the recoil. Okay, now we'll Sabrina. So that way we don't die to their, what's it called? Or we don't die to the recoil. But yeah, I'd have totally saved a bunch of HP if I would have, but if I would have not evolved. Such an interesting thought. It's kind of an autopilot decision there, making a mistake. Something that doesn't get talked about enough is that one of the signs of a good card is a card that's strong enough to carry you through making a mistake or two in some of these games, especially against potentially weaker decks. And Rampardos just carried us kicking and screaming across the finish line despite a pretty solid mistake there. Is that a Regirock? It is a Regirock. Yeah, we played this deck a bit last week after the set dropped, and I really liked it. Regirock did a good job of both being a good wall for us and attacking on occasion, because everything else in this deck has super low energy cost, so we actually built up Regi and were able to smash with it a few times. Speaking of smashing, if you're watching this on YouTube right now, smash the like button, gamers. Whenever you're going first, you do not want to play out your other bench Pokemon, especially in a communication deck. You want to go ahead and get your researches and your Pokeballs in and have the most information before you commit to the bench. Like against the Darkrai deck, for example, here, I don't think we likely want to, I don't think we likely want to commit Mew. It's probably getting tossed back. Have you ever played a completely colorless deck with Mew? There just isn't a compelling reason to play a completely colorless deck with Mew. You like look around and you're like, oh, I'd rather have at least one. There's like one thing that has some color you'd like to play, generally speaking. Exoskeleton will take care of that one. Let's thin a basic out of our deck here, and then we'll go fishing for our stage 1. I'll go ahead and play catch and release with Mew. Nice. we do this? I think it's here. I think it's here. Although, I'm going to put the energy here to start, actually, because they're not knocking this out next turn. And if we top deck Leaf, putting the energy here means I can go energy Leaf into the Rampardos. Thanks for the biddies, Red Link. Yeah, I'll probably try Shadow Fossils today. Nice, sweet. Okay, so we go this, pull this out. I think I'm chilling on this still. There's a chance I want this to be another Mars Shadow. Oh, you know? Wow, punished for not having played this out yet. Does that kill us? I think that kills us. Because the problem here is when Rampardos clears, he takes himself down too. And then they're going to clear this next turn. And this... I have a copy of Sabrina. So the line here is we do this. We take this trade. We put the Regirock up. They clear the Regirock. We top deck Sabrina. The Mars Shadow clears the Sneasel. There's our sequence to win here. Or 1 in 7 to get him here. This is the out. It's noteworthy if I would have played the Fossil the one turn sooner, the turn I waited, I would have been able to hit the stage 1 last turn, and then I could have top deck a Rampardos to be in this still too. Unlucky. So when we played this deck last week, the Regirocks felt like meaningful, reasonable attackers in a bunch of the games that we played. So I'd like to... Can you de-zoom so we can see the energy on the bench? You can see the energy on the bench. The overlay is very explicitly designed to maximize space while still presenting you with all of the information that you need to see. Regirock's the stellar lead. Regirock's the only remotely playable of the Regis I've touched so far, anecdotally. And even that one's up in the air. It's unclear if this is necessarily better than playing Drudagon. But hitting for like I said, the rest of the attack costs in this deck are so low. This isn't just a dedicated wall. A lot of the time, you're gonna go ahead and actually smash for damage too. Oh, yikes. Well, we're definitely playing as many cards as possible here. Unironically building Regirock? They don't have another fighting energy? This might just be the slow burn Regirock lead beat him down. Did they just red card me down 3 cards before attacking with Chatot? So just so we're clear on the sequence that occurred here. That's good. That's some good deck building and gameplay right there. I gotta leave this last bench slot open if we draw a fossil. So it asks, did you do a challenge showing a game in a deck that has one of each Regirock? I don't think challenges like that are remotely interesting or fun. I think trying to build good off-meta decks is an interesting and fun challenge. I think trying to win games with decks you explicitly know is bad from the start is not remotely interesting. Yeah, especially in a variance card game, right? Like, oh, the Cynthia clears us in 1. That's probably the game, huh? Got me. Garchomp's such a good land. I don't know that I'm feeling this one after those games. I think it might be, we might retool this into something else here. Let's go ahead and take a pause for the cause. We're going to play some more Rampardos when we get back. But I go ahead and change some of the details up. Thanks, everybody, for hanging out. Don't go anywhere. Should we try the Chatot fossil pile? That seems fine. Fine idea. Fine. You're watching on YouTube, consider tapping the like button on the live stream. Shout out to the 136 people that did that already over there. Oh, right, I can cheat. I can take a peek at the last from our tournament, or someone that 5-2'd with Chatot fossils. Take a look at what they did. I had 9 Pokemon, 4 fossils. Oh, you get to cut Pokeball because there's only one basic. Well, that makes things so much easier. I was looking at my deck. I was like, I don't have any slots left. We do. We get to cut Pokeball. Do you use the new Finian Illumineon deck? No, I think you want 60 HP. Attacking for 20 is also good. Contacts. I actually don't wear vision correcting glasses. These are just blue light filtering. They help with eye strain. We should rename this though. Oh, we get to open on Shadow. Lucky. Unironically not chat-hunting? It's a shame too, because their hand was stacked, but definitely just vibing. Oh my gosh, they researched? Gimme, 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 gimme. Nom, 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 nom. Gimme, gimme, gimme. Gimme, gimme, gimme. Can I draw a fossil? Oh, goodness me. Oh, goodness me. Am I just doing nothing again? Shoot, I'm supposed to do nothing again, aren't I? Man. I'm torn. Easy game. Easy game. Easiest game of Pokemon Pocket I ever played in my freaking life, gamers. You wish you were half as good at Pokemon Pocket as I am. The skill expression here is crazy. Never doubted us for a second. We might be cooked anyways. Unironically might be cooked anyways. Since I found your stream, I've found new blue light filtering glasses, a new chair, and a new phone. You know, my sponsors often tell me I convert on their products better than the average creator. Might be something to that. Wait, they put up Darkrai and not Greninja? Oh, they're just killing the Rampardos this turn. Yeah, that tracks. I think we're dead. Which, like, unironically makes me want to delete this deck and play something else. Actually super duper dead. I'm looking off to the side. I'm looking for a different Rampardos deck to play. There's a few of these that have put up some stiff. We did the thing and still died handily. Yep. Can we kick Mud with Rampardos and pull out of their back? I think that's just too many slots, Bob. That's the wrong seed. I don't think you have enough slots in your deck to do that. Yeah, we're gonna play Sebastian on today. For sure. We're just starting with the Rocket and Dino. Oh, there's a Geo in here too. Oh, this listed Devin Geo. No one Hitmonchan's or not? Maybe one Hitmonchan is fine. Whenever this comes up, I like to mention that I'm from the Runeterra era. What's going on, Glitch? Thanks for coming along for a bunch of different things. I haven't loved 2 communication. The lack of X speed here is troubling too. Gosh, none of these decks look good. Like, just from a numbers theory perspective. They got a couple of results. Let's play a couple of games, but change the deck name so people don't ask. No X speed means pretty awful starts a good percentage of the time. Why does it mean an awful start a good percentage of the time? Yeah, I guess you'd have to, like, retreat Lucario for 2 energy, but, like, you can afford to do that, right? You, like, lead on it, attack with it, and then pivot off when Rampardos is ready to attack. That might be fine. It just doesn't sound good. I just don't want to lead on Lucario. Leading on Lucario sounds like pits most of the time, and this deck's just gonna do that most of the time, right? You're gonna lead on a Lucario. Any recommendations on grass decks? If you look in the meta report from Sunday, there were 2 different grass decks. Yeah, I haven't loved Lucario. You play Hitmonlee. You just like Lee Marshadow? And then you get some X speed slots. You don't need Geo if you're playing Hitmonlee, right? You probably have to cut a communication with only 8 Pokemon. There's only 7 Pokemon. You can't play 2 communication. You can put Duck as the last slot. Not that Duck. That's the real deck editor quality of life improvement we need. I need Farfetch to show up when I type Duck in the search box. This is the one we've all been waiting for. Would I rather have a Sabrina or a Cape? I think probably Sabrina. Sabrina's pretty good with Rampardos in general. Just you could usually pull up something that you get a clear on. All right, let's try this. Like in the video games, we need to be able to assign Pokemon nicknames. Yeah, exactly. There's precedence there. Friday's off to a pretty solid start, DNL. Good morning. I'm gonna chill on this, that way they don't know me kicking their bench as an option next turn. Just murder these things that are weak to fighting, I think. I think I clear out one of their things that can evolve here. But Jeff, Meowth evolves into Persian. Sure doesn't, gamer. I'm gonna play the Kick Modley out because they could Surge Raichu to clear the Marshadow next turn if they wanted. Which this moving up to the lead spot would imply. And this burns all their energy off the board, so we have some time here to find our fossils still and get built up in the back. Nice. Play around to Sabrina here. Kick the baby. We have our stage 1 on deck next turn. This thing cracks for 50, which is kinda real. I'm gonna get headbutting. It's 70 with the weakness. And even if they have like an X speed here, well, one, I was gonna say retreating to 30 life is not a great game plan with the Hitmonlees on board, but Papa's got something to say about your cape gaming. Papa, can you hear me? Papa, can you chase down Raichu? Do 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 do. A pretty solid finish after an awkward start from us. I'll do it again, I swear. Who needs a stage 2, gamers? Ain't nobody got time for your fancy stage 2 Pokemon. We got angsty teenage Pokemon ready to headbutt. Come here. Come here. Three cards left in the deck. 2 of them are stage 2. Good thing we didn't need it. Morning, Alice. I'm doing well. So they have first energy advantage, but first evolution advantage means that this gets to scramble the egg with the X speed, huh? And then we curve into ramp. God, this is correct, chat. Holy. Much like this execute's about to be. This deck looks to be correct. Man, imagine playing a Pokeball and then not playing your basic out. Couldn't be my opponent. Couldn't be my opponent playing around Hitmonlee. Oh, yeah, so long. Good night, my sweet prince. Whoo, doggy. That's one. Take a picture for that one. Ramble that egg, baby. Psychic gaming. Oh, Togepi. Togepi. That's scary. Oh, we played this deck yet. This deck is sweet. This deck's gonna be tomorrow's highlight for sure. Was I supposed to Sabrina them and kick the Togepi? Maybe I was. Oh no! Do they have the evolution? Punished for not Sabrinaing. GG. GG. I messed that one up. I realized as soon as I clicked the Hitmonlee attack, I was like, oh, I should kick the Togepi, actually. Good lesson on both sides, why Sabrina is better than Cyrus in some key spots. Fullbolt, thanks for the third of a year. Welcome back. What do you think of building Rampardos with just Farfetch's basic and then Aerodactyl's other Pokemon line? That could be okay, I guess. Alright, well, they definitely have basics, so they're just sitting on them. We'll find out if they have Weavile, I suppose. What constitutes a Pokemon being good at going first versus being good at going second? So this is a textbook example of a Pokemon that's good at going first. It is a stage 1 with a powerful 1 energy attack. So in general, do you have Weavile or no? They don't have Weavile. We're in a pretty decent spot. In general, stage 1s with good 1 energy attacks are good when going first. And basics with 1 energy attacks are good when going second. You want to think about, and stage 2s with 2 energy attacks are good when going first. Going first means you have first evolution advantage. So if you combine first evolution advantage with efficient energy attackers, it tends to be strong. If they have the Weezing, we're gonna need a Fossil or a Marshadow here. Oh, I guess Marshadow's not even gonna do it because the way the breakpoints work here, they could just pass and then the poison kills us on their next turn. I can't believe Dialga and Palkia switched viability. Truly, and I'm just going to keep repeating this. I think it bears repeating to help you figure out who gets it and who doesn't. Anybody who told you Palkia was not going to be a metagame staple during the preview season just doesn't understand how to evaluate cards. Like, truly, Palkia is easily and obviously a card that's going to be good. There are a lot. It's basically the far-fetched test, right? Like a lot of people don't seem to understand that like efficient low energy attacks are good in Pokemon Pocket. I've been really underwhelmed by Lucario. The only deck I've played Lucario in where it felt remotely serviceable was being paired alongside Aerodactyl EX. Everywhere else, it's felt kinda eh. Ooh, we're gonna be in trouble if they have a Sabrina Gamers. I think I'm putting this here, so that way if we draw Kickmonlee next turn, I can retreat to it and kick the Darkrai. So I think our line to win this game is like, kick the baby, and then Cyrus it up and clear it with Rampardos. Is our sequence. There's Kickmonlee. Enjoy it when a plan comes together. By playing Farfetch'd out, it's better against Sabrina. So I think the answer is yes. A lot of times these decks play, some of them only play 2 Cyrus. Kabutops is not a good Pokemon pocket card. Even with Cape and powers up from Lucario, there's just too many things that clear you through all of that. You're just not consistent enough. Alright, we've got 2 Rampardos and a Pokemon Communication. And the Communication is almost guaranteed to be Rampardos, because there's only one other Hitmonlee in my deck. Alright, and now we put this energy here. So that way, if they kill this, the Marshadow can kill this. Would not be surprised. Oh. Huh. Do I just put Farfetch'd up now? Probably. I have to draw the Rampardos next turn now. I have to draw the Rampardos. That's fine, didn't matter. Alright, it's Rampardos or bust. Three out of 7 here to get Rampardos. There he is. God Gamer. The man, the myth, the legend. Can Darkrai please come to the front of the class? Darkrai, hello, Darkrai. Crunch. And then even with this Rocky Helmet duck here, I get to X-speed this out, Cyrus this duck up, and then clear with my duck. Why X speed? Because I take recoil damage, gamers. And we each have 2 points. I would like to win the game, not tie it. Used every bit of the water buffalo here. You cannot tie a game. The one who is attacking always wins. I really wish I had the confidence with which people who post things that are wrong on the internet. Like, it's really novel and interesting to me. Just like the sheer confidence with which people are post things like that, correcting me even. So for reference, because there's a lot of confusion about how recoil damage works, I am fairly certain, and I'm not saying I'm 100% because we don't have a clear rule book, but I'm like 99% the way it works when both Pokemon die for the last point is if you both have bench Pokemon, it's a tie. But if one of the people didn't have a bench Pokemon, they lose. Or if neither person has a bench Pokemon, they lose. I believe. Because there are, some of the time, it is not a tie. And some of the time it is. And anecdotally, when I've been paying attention to the difference, I believe it's giving the win when one person has a bench and the other doesn't. I don't really care to test it right now. I'm not, if you want to test it at home, that's great. It's definitely not a coin flip. It has to do with bench Pokemon. It's definitely not random. Yes, it's, if neither have a bench, it's a tie. If both have bench Pokemon, it's a tie. If one has a bench Pokemon and the other doesn't, whoever had the bench Pokemon wins. That's what happens at the end. There's a lot of confusion around that. And with Rocky Helmet, and especially Rampardos, it's important to know. So, but that's, I'm like 99% sure that is how it works. Yes, and the number of Pokemon on your bench do not matter. And I think that's because not having any bench Pokemon left is another lose condition. So, like, if you both hit 3 points, but one of you has no bench, you technically trigger 2 lose conditions. I think you can't really debate something like people saying decks are fun or not. It's not really. It's a very deeply subjective measure. So, all right. We need before we got into the discussion about how ties work in this game, let's go ahead and run an advert. We're going to play some more with this when we get back. It's definitely the best feeling of the Rampardos decks we've loaded up this morning. Thanks for hanging out. Don't go anywhere, gamers. If you're watching on the YouTube side, consider tapping the like button. Appreciate the 295 people that have done that already this morning. Time to hop on the bike. What do you think of using Spirit Tube over Farfetch in the Weavile Darkrai deck? Probably not good. You want Farfetch to be able to actually attack. I was wondering if you're found a good deck that uses Starly. I'd be surprised if Starly's a good card. Jano, thank you for the 2 months. Appreciate that. Welcome back. Yeah, getting 4 points versus 3 does not matter for the purpose of a tie versus a win. Not at all. What is Starmie currently good at? I don't think anything. It's like playable in the Palkia Manaphy shells. But like we're gonna play Lumineon without Starmie in a tournament again today. I think that deck is better with that, with the higher hitting thing. How do you get better to win tournaments like her? See, I want to make it very clear that there is no amount of good you can be at a game like Pokemon Pocket to guarantee you are going to win tournaments. So, if you're playing well, you're going to perform more consistently. But in any variance by design game like Pocket or Magic or Hearthstone or others, like, the best players have, like, maybe 60% win rates, if that. And, like, your odds of going 8-1 or whatever, 10-1 or something stupid that you need to do to win a tournament is not that likely, even if you have a good win rate like that, right? Like, you need to play a lot of tournaments to do that. As a point of reference, I didn't take first place at any of the tournaments I played last season, but I had a just under 59% win rate and almost 150 best of 3 matches played. And I had a couple like 10-1 runs in there, and other real deep cuts, top 4s, top 8s, top 16s. But the difference between a top 8 or a top 16 and a first place, usually just a couple of flips breaking in your favor. Mars is better than red card and still not good. Not an exciting opener for us. Hello, Jeff. Are you Dutch? No, I am American. I had family that immigrated to America from the Netherlands once upon a time, 3 or 4 generations ago. So we do this. I mean, if they don't have a Cyrus or a Sabrina, we could kinda be serviceable here, yeah? We go duck you, they hit us, we go energy, we go duck you, this finishes. Just board for board, we're winning here. Obviously, a bunch of different cards that change the calculus, but they gotta bail out, chat. They're scared. All right, can we top deck Kick Bodley and get rid of this Magikarp? Suddenly this game, with the Farfetch'd draw, this game went from bad to close really quick. All right, so what? There is 2 Hitmonlees. This is actually 66% to be a Kickmonlee, yeah? Oh my goodness! What a travesty. We were supposed to win this. I guess we Cyrus this back up, yeah? That's so frustrating. There were 2 Hitmonlees and... There were 2 Hitmonlees and a Rampardos in my deck there. Maybe they won't have Gyarados on curve. Narrator, they did not have Gyarados on curve. Oh, we're halfway there. Oh, living on a prayer. Take my hand. We'll make it, I swear. Do, 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 do. There's the big fish. So how does this back and forth work? We go... Oh, they're just moving it up now. Interesting. Is that good for me? Oh, they have Dawn. Rip. Okay, I need them to not take one of these energies. Or not take this energy. I need them to not take this energy. Can we win this? I think we win this, yeah? If they don't have a Sabrina, we win this. That lets us play around Sabrina. Because this is 100. And then this is 130. Is this deck cracked, chat? This deck feels kinda sick. We're doing, like, stuff and things. And then we've got Cyrus and a Sabrina in our deck here still. Both of which win the game on the spot. Am I supposed to bin the skull fossil? Is there a combination of cards that punish me for not binning the skull fossil? They can't Sabrina and Geo, right? I don't believe there's a combination of cards that punishes keeping the skull fossil. I'm gonna keep it. %40 hit a lethal draw next turn. And if we don't hit the lethal draw, we'll X speed to kick Bondley. We want to hit this one because this one could still get a cape put on it. Yeah, they need double heads on Misty. They could also Cyrus up this. They did not. Sick. Sex feeling real slick. Bruxish Enjoyer. Okay. So we go X speed to the duck. Quack them. Get Marshadow charged. Drathmar, thank you for the over 3 years. Welcome back. Could be useful down the line. Morning, Inhuman. Hey, is it Todd? Thanks for checking out our mobile game sponsor. Enjoy your gift sub. Appreciate you hanging out here always. Open on duck. Open on duck. I'm gonna vibe on the Kickmonlee for a second. There's a world where it gets communicationed away. Yeah, I see people talking about Rampardos and what your finisher is with these cards now. And to me, from looking at the stats, there isn't a clear standout so far on what the best finisher is for the far-fetched Marshadow Hitmonlee package. Some folks are playing what's it called? Some folks are playing X-Speed? Rip. Some folks are playing Magnazone. Some folks are playing Rampardos. And Gallade is also seeing play as well. So there's three different stage 2s vying for that, essentially. Yeah, and Aerodactyl Extra Blast Season is still waiting in the wings, too, for some folks. I don't think I want to hit the Drudagon for 40 for the sake of taking 20 back. We just let Sleeping Duck slide. I don't understand your question, Vordsmith. Do you put out the fossil? Or why wouldn't I put out the fossil? Could you explain? I don't understand why I would skip doing that. Okay, so this is all 4 of my basics. So this is 50% to find me the stage 1 for the fossil here. Nice. I think one of the biggest upsides of playing Rampardos as the finisher in this core is the fact that this card is a real attacker. Um... So, my instinct here was to just giddy up Cowboy and run this down. However, if I Rampardos, Cyrus this, and clear it, and then they Magna Zone me, I lose on the spot. So what I need to do is, I need to put Mars Shadow out and put an energy on Mars Shadow this turn. And we stretch kick the Magneton. And then what this sets me up to do is now next turn I can go Rampardos, pull this up, clear it, and then when they put up Magna Zone to clear me, the Mars Shadow clears them back. And this is the type of forward thinking you need to have to be good at this game. You need to not just be taking game actions and figuring out how you not lose. You need to build a plan to win the game with the sequences they are likely to have. Should we play around a copy of Cape? I think we'll be okay. I think we'll be okay if they Cape, right? Because if they Cape here, they'll be... I guess that survives the Mars Shadow hit, but they'll only have 2 knockout points at that point, and then the Duck can finish, yeah? Yes, one of the big upsides to playing Rampardos in this deck as opposed to Magna Zone is you're more likely to start Hitmonlee or Farfetch'd as your lead, because you'll never have a Fossil as your opener. It's important that we clear Darkrai to start, I think, so that way, it's important we clear Darkrai before Magna Zone because we need 2 knockout points to start, is the TLDR. Oh, what's the sequence here now, though? If I put this up and clear this, they could put Darkrai up and clear me back. And then this is at 140. And then I could hit this here, but then they retreat this and Magna Zone clears here. I think I'm supposed to kick the second Darkrai. It's close though. Because kicking the second Darkrai means that the other Hitmonlee gives me an out. So we'll go... Now, next turn, we'll go fish this up, clear it. And then we just need 1 more knockout point here. And they're on 0 knockout points. And if they Cyrus the Hitmonlee to clear it, they're not killing the Rampardos, and then my Rampardos kills the other thing. So they have to kill the Rampardos here, which means they can't Cyrus. And they're currently on 0 knockout points. And if they clear this... do I still lose to Cyrus, though? I need to draw Sabrina or Cyrus, don't I? This is 25%. I think I lose to Cyrus, yeah? Because I don't have anything that survives. I don't have anything that survives the hit. The Magnezone doesn't matter. I can't beat their Cyrus next turn, chat. They can Cyrus Hitmonlee, and then the trigger kills Hitmonlee, and then their attack kills anything else I play. And that's bad. I don't think I had any lines to sequence around this, the way this got chipped down. If I would have hit my second Cyrus or my singleton Sabrina, we'd have gotten him here, but it is what it is. Likely dead. There's only 3 cards in their deck. They've just drawn 2 research, and we've drawn 0 research. That is not the game action of someone that has the win. Cool. Sick. Cue live stream chat suggesting I add Giovanni to my deck because something lived with 10 HP. I'll tell you what. Instead of telling me Giovanni would have won the game because something... Wait, they had the Cyrus and they threw? They had the Cyrus and they threw! What a gamer. Just pretend... Instead of suggesting I have Giovanni, pretend that the Sabrina or Cyrus I didn't draw would have been the Giovanni. Because that's realistically what would have gotten swapped. If we were playing it, it would have been one of the other 2 utility cards that also won us the game here. Oh, were they dead to weakness too? Yeah, they did knock something out, didn't they? LOL. We are playing in a tournament. There will be a tournament banner ribbon here. We also have the deck we are playing in the tournament in the stream title, which is not this one. Oh, yeah. Good catch. The observation from YouTube chat is super accurate about this deck list. Hitmonlee is essentially this deck's version of Lucario and Giovanni. Is the exact right way to think about that. Dawn means we're dead here, unfortunately. Sometimes you just die to the 4-card combo. Hitmonlee is a card that helps you hit those breakpoints your Rampardos needs to hit that 130 doesn't clear on its own. And Hitmonlee, while helping you hit those breakpoints, comes with the added benefit of letting you Cyrus those things up when they're hiding on the bench. That's the correct dynamic to think about the cards in this deck. Combee Water Energy. Garchomp Enjoyer? Question mark? Ooh, can we draw our stage one? Can we clear this B out? Combee gets a random basic onto their bench. Yeah, you'd never know there's only one copy of Marshadow in this deck, based on how many times it's been our starter today. Confirmed Garchomp Enjoyer. Gosh, it's a shame we missed on this. I'll do this to play around Sabrina, I suppose. Would have loved to kick the baby this turn, though. There's a baby to kick. I think I'm chilling on this in case I need to pull this back out at some point. Because everything I have only needs one energy, so like this is going to get an energy back on it, no problem. Your stage 1 already deals 50, Bob. You really just don't have room for Geo. Yes, I would assume they're only playing 4 basics. Two stage 1s, 2 research, and a communication, and 12 cards. We could draw another stage 2, sure could. No fighting energy means Gabite can't attack next turn, which is good for the home team. Wait, they didn't have Gabite and they didn't... Interesting. Only one knockout point for that. Garchomp is a non-EX. There's the fighting energy. They didn't discard, which makes me think they have this, and they were just waiting to confirm the energy was coming to have the flexibility to gnaw. Which, if they have the stage 1 for this, I need the stage 1 for this, or we lose. Because Farfetch goes down in 1 to Gabite. Oh, 3 hits and 9 cards, gamers. Perfect. We lose to Gabite plus Sabrina, but otherwise we're home free. Two different ways to eat this recess. I prefer to eat it without ever using our stage 2 just to prove a point. All right. Got almost enough for a highlight with this. We're gonna play it a little bit more when we get back. We'll throw it up on the screen during the ad break. Tournament round starts in about 40 minutes. We'll have one more set before that happens. We'll play this for part of it, and then we'll probably play some Bastio Dawn. Appreciate everybody hanging out this morning. Don't go anywhere. If you're watching on the YouTube side, consider tapping the like button on the live screen. Almost 800 viewers over there and only 393 like button pressers. We can probably pump that up. Do you think Manaphy Omastar could be good? I'd be very surprised if Omastar is playable. Are you a big believer in the Luxray deck? I will definitely play Luxray in a tournament at some point. I think it's quite solid. I think the build I posted yesterday with the Ducks is good. Yeah, Cyrus with Hitmonlee isn't even just about punishing breakpoints so much, punishing retreats so much as it like lets you chase things down that were never there to begin with. Can we try Hitmonchan over the Duck? Nah, I've almost got a full highlight with the Duck. Maybe when we're done recording. Duck's definitely better against the other fighting decks. Clearing Marshadows that Hitmonlee's into is pretty important. And I don't know that you need help in the Palkia matchup. You say Lumineon's your favorite Pokemon, but we all know it's Farfetch. Farfetch is just the meat and potatoes of Pokemon Pocket. It's just a good on-rate menace. you played against Palkia yet with this deck? Yeah, I think these Hitmonlee Cyrus decks tend to be pretty decent into Palkia. Especially this build with Craniados, which clears Mana Fee in one. Wide space, thanks for the 11 months. What did you just call my beloved Pokemon? Meat and potatoes. It's a lovely draw. Speaking of the duck. I think I put this here, yeah? And then we'll retreat to this next turn. Would you consider removing X speed? Absolutely not. It's actually astonishing to me how frequently people suggest I cut X speed from decks that play Hitmonlee. You definitely should never cut. I just think about this particular game. If I'd have had an X speed 1 card sooner, we'd have hit this for 40, and we would have been potentially crunching this turn to win it too. Like, X speed is legitimately one of the best cards in Pokemon Pocket. It essentially says make it energy. It's very strong. Do not cut it. It comes up in YouTube comments a lot too. People ask if we should cut X speed from the what's it called? All right, if we hit our stage 2, they're cooked. They didn't play out a basic to play around the stage 2. Come on. They Pokeballed twice, gamers. Justice, justice, justice! Gamers really hate playing around this stuff today. Good night. Get out of here. Our second opponent that hasn't respected the Dino and didn't play out a basic for a Pokeball. Fear of Hitmonlee greater than common sense. Yeah, basically. Rawr. Wouldn't want to get kicked, gamers. Spend so much time worrying about getting kicked, you get headbutted. Ooh, Sand's got a little bit of candy in it. Rampardos is actually, and this is something that makes me more prone to running Far-fetched over Hitmonchan in this build, is Rampardos is actually kind of clunky against opposing fighting decks. So playing Farfetch'd, who's good into opposing fighting decks, has a lot of appeal. Oh my goodness! Don't tell Scotty, chat. Don't tell Scotty. The sheer disrespect of this play is just like, nobody respects the rock-headed Dino. Everybody's just like giddy up and running right into it. Holy. Do 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 do. Yeah, punch me. Hit me! Hit me! Are we done here? I think we're done here. Feeling pretty done here. My editor is going to be really confused when I send him the notes for the highlight of this deck, and it's like 12 matches. And then he's going to realize that it's like half of them are people just running headfirst into Headbutt Dino. Normally I only have like 6 to 8 games at a highlight. This one, like a third of the games are like really quick, crushed them. So, if we find the Dino, this matchup is like can't lose territory, yeah? Yeah. Narrator, we found the Dino. Speaking of my EX tier list video, a lot of people were upset I ranked Pachirisu low because this 18 trader cheese deck has spiked a handful of results. Oh, it's not the 18 trader build. Okay. The 18 trader build has spiked a handful of results. I'm very skeptical it's good. I was bad because he's cute. Fair, honestly. Oh, you know what? We actually get cooked. I should have kicked the Magneton here. Because we actually get cooked by Magnezone if I don't evolve this one as well now. Let's just draw the second stage one here. But I didn't hit Cyrus anyways, but I should have kicked this so I could have had Cyrus to play around the Magnezone. Yeah, we're actually dead to the zone now. Gosh, Magnezone's such a power. Magnezone is easily the best card in the set. It's so strong. You took a bunch of game actions. Was I dead the whole time? Cool. It's weak to fighting. Like, I know people get confused when I concede. Like, that. Okay, I feel like this is a really good teachable moment to, like, illustrate why I left there, because people seem really confused. Just so we understand that this is checkmate. Like, this is not a complicated checkmate, so let's walk through it. So, my opponent... Ooh, my stream lagged there for a second. Weird. My opponent has one knockout point here, and I have two. So when they play this out, they go to a second knockout point, and I'm left with Farfetch and Skull Fossil, and this is at 140. So it doesn't matter that it's weak to fighting, because all of my things are dead the following turn to another 110 point blast, and they're getting their second point from getting this knockout, meaning any of these dying next turn loses me the game. Now, it is worth pointing out that my mistake mattered here. I had agency this game. If I would have Hitmon lead the Magnemite instead of the Pikachu, I could have kept the Marshadow that I communicationed into my deck and put an energy on it, and then that Marshadow would have cleared the Magnezone. But because I Hitmon lead the wrong thing, I then had to gamble on communication to find my stage 1. So, I had player agency this game, and I mentioned it almost as soon as I did it, I realized, oh, there's a Magnezone line that beats me, I need to kick this. So I would have been able to win this game the way it played out if I had correctly used my Hitmonlee kick on the second turn of the game. Do they change the play patterns if you don't hit the Pikachu? Not at all, because if they put up the Pikachu can't kill the Rampardos. They have to kill the Rampardos because it one-shots everything they have, meaning they can't play around the Marshadow. And this is one of those things that is tough for a lot of people to identify, because a decision I made on turn 2 lost me the game. I lost the game like 6 turns later, but my decision I made on the second turn snowballed into me losing the game. I'm actually gonna put that one in my notes, I think. I think that's let's put that with the post-game reflection in the notes. 59. Losing to Pocky Pikachu with post-game breakdown on mistakes. Do I have an opponent name? Or a non-English name. All right. I have enough here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. I want like one more game with this deck because like 3 of these are really fast. That game with the sweet post-game loss breakdown brings a smile to my face, remembering the YouTube comment I got this morning, which was commenting on the EX tier list that this expansion made the metagame worse and added more coin flips to it. To which I responded, LOL. LMAO even. It's extra amusing to hear comments like that too, because as someone who plays a lot of different card games in their early metagames, so like I try to sample a lot of digital card games to see if there's something new or enjoyable there that I might want to make content for. I genuinely think Pokemon Pocket's early metagames that we've had, which we're still in, I think I would count this as an early metagame still for this first year, are some of the best early metagames I've ever played in a digital card game. Their balance team has been really on point in my opinion. I think one of the things the Pokemon Pocket balance team has chosen to do different from a lot of other card games I've played is a lot of card games put the counters to things in the next booster pack as opposed to the current booster pack. And a good example of what I mean by Pokemon Pocket doing this right is the existence of Yanmega. So Yanmega as a colorless attacker is very clearly intended to let any deck have counterplay into Darkrai and Weavile as the new format staples, because those are weak to grass, right? So you hit for 140 with weakness. And a lot of games, they don't try and balance in the same pack. They like let their thing run rampant and then put the counter in the next pack to like cut it off at the pass in the once the next set of cards release. And I really like that the Pocket team feels like they've been consciously okay. We want to make sure there's tools all the time. Leaf Manaphy is scary here. We've got our Kiki Lad, but Manaphy is... I needed a fossil. We needed the fossil last turn. We're gonna give it the old college try here, but... Everything is quite balanced except for Cyrus. I actually think people who are complaining about Cyrus are telling on themselves. I think Cyrus is one of the best cards they've ever added to this game. And I'm really happy it exists. I think Cyrus is a card that punishes bad gameplay and bad deck building. It makes stalling with an EX less good, but I think it's good to have that type of gameplay be less good. The big thing Cyrus does is it lets decks with little amounts of damage be competitive. So now I have a decision here. Do I kick the Eevee or do I kick the Magikarp? We know they didn't have Vaporeon last turn, so they're 1 in 5 to draw it. They could have Gyarados in hand because they didn't have Magikarp in play. I think I need to kick the Carp and hope they don't hit the 1 in 5 to draw the Vaporeon. The problem here is if they draw the Vaporeon, I probably lose the game on the spot. The big thing Cyrus does that is a hard pill to swallow is Cyrus is a card that forces you to play differently. And if you want an example, we played a tournament yesterday and we lost a game where, no, it was 2 days ago, when we were playing the Garchomp. We lost a game that I was almost 100% to win if I had simply played around the existence of Cyrus. And it's hard to be like, oh, I'm gonna play. Speaking of play, I'm gonna play around Sabrina by playing this out. It's hard to be like, oh, I could have made better choices, and it's easy to be like, oh, this game sucks. It is all variants, and I hate Cyrus. We're in an okay-ish spot here, even without the fossil, but it's not a guarantee. I assume we're getting Dimensional Stormed this turn. If they Dimensional Storm us this turn, do we just put the other Hitmonlee up and kick the Manaphy twice? That's bad against Cape, which a lot of these decks play Cape, because Cape's good with Manaphy. But they didn't have Cape to save the EV, so if they have it in their deck, they probably don't have it in hand. This is a pretty big decision point. There's 7 cards in my deck. If I hit the fossil, I'm sad. I'm sad that I didn't hit this for 100. I think I'm just supposed to kick the mana fee twice. That's true too. Kicking the mana fee also is good if I draw one of my 2 Cyrus. Oh, Sabrina X speed was lethal. Oh, I wasn't thinking about it. I was so locked into my line. Yeah. Okay, cool. We got him anyways. But great catch from the chat. And that's, you know, that game, despite my flub at the end, really highlights why this fighting box package is so strong. Like, you could win games even without your finisher, right? Like, just Hitmonlee, Mars Shadow stuff can bob and weave and get you on the scoreboard. Such a good card. Can you explain when it's best to run 1 Cyrus and 1 Sabrina versus 2 Cyrus? So, the big difference between Cyrus and Sabrina is that Cyrus rewards you for having lots of smaller damage things, and Sabrina rewards you for having bigger bursts of damage. So this deck list that we're currently playing is actually playing 2 Cyrus and 1 Sabrina, because we're doing both of those things. So we have Hitmonlees and Farfetch'd for small chip shots worth of damage. But Sabrina is good because we have 130 damage dealer as well. And when you have things that do big bursts of damage, being able to grab full health things off the bench puts you in spots where my opponent just doesn't need 1 thing that survives 130, they need 2 things that survive 130. Whereas Cyrus is good when you're putting small amounts of damage and they're running it back, or you're doing small amounts of damage with Hitmonlee and then pulling it up proactively. So, if your deck is capable, I would say the line, the Darkrai decks are a good example. The Darkrai decks could do 100 damage in 1 turn, and they typically play 1 Cyrus, 1 Sabrina. So if your deck is capable of hitting for at least 100 in 1 go, I would probably split between Cyrus and Sabrina. However, if everything you're doing is smaller than that, focusing on 2 Cyrus makes a lot of sense. But another very common misconception in the current metagame is that Sabrina has been outclassed by Cyrus, and that's not remotely true. They're functionally different cards that give you edges in different spots. Yes, Sabrina can generate tempo in the early game, especially in the decks that aren't playing a ton of copies of Leaf for X speed. All right, we have 20 minutes till this tournament starts. 17. All right. I think that's enough of that. I want to play, I'm going to play some of the Bastiodon deck. So, this archetype's been doing well in tournaments, being super greedy and only playing Skarmory and Bastiodon. And this will come as a shock to some of the regulars, but I prefer playing it with more Pokemon. So, let's play some more games with this that have been solid for us as is. But I've liked having 4 basics as opposed to just 2 Pokemon lines. Kanga's pretty good when you put a Rocky helmet on her. Any explanation on why to put 6 basics in your deck? Because you'll lose fewer games where you only have 1 or 2 basics and just die. In Pocket's short-lived history, both of the seasons we've had so far, every good deck has optimized to play 5 or 6 or more basics. We always start every season with people not playing enough basics, and then they start playing more as the decks get better and optimize. Them having first energy advantage is probably pretty bad for us here. Yes, in this deck, having more Pokemon also makes our communications better, is accurate. Less likely to be bricked on them. This might be a Bastiodon against the world angle, gamers. How come you didn't put Rocky Helmet on the Skarmory turn 1? Because I wasn't sure if I was going to want it on something else. I might want it on a Kangaskhan at some point in this game. Depending on how things shape up here. Hey, look, talking about copies of Sabrina versus Cyrus, a Cyrus would not have been able to tempo us in this situation, and a Sabrina did. Wow, I haven't seen a deck with Kangaskhan in it for a while. That means you didn't watch my meta report where we talked about Kangaskhan being in one of the Darkrai Magnezone decks that's doing well. I feel like this deck frequently gets down to the situation where you're just like, all right, game's been kind of scuffed and we just need Bastiodon to flip 3 or 4 heads in a row. I think the first Tails means we die. Because we're going to take 20 twice, and we'll take 20 here as well. That was a game where first energy advantage definitely mattered. If we would have had first energy advantage, our Skarmory would have been able to meaningfully attack, and then the game's very different. But because they had first energy advantage, we couldn't really apply pressure while building the Bastiodon. Paddington Beast, thank you for the 2 years of support. Welcome back. With them playing Chatot, I think we vibe on the research, yeah? I gave Gallade another spin thanks to your EX tier list video, and I was shocked by how solid it felt. I really like the Gallade deck I posted a highlight with earlier this week. Like I've mentioned a couple of times, I think Gallade's one of the cards I underrated the most during preview season. It's really, really, really a very reasonable card. Would like to distribute some hats, I think. Keep the hand size small. Kabutops versus Bastiodon is kind of a scuffed fight, because if Bastiodon prevents the damage, the Kabutops doesn't heal, right? That'll be one where we're probably favored. We've seen like one heads in a couple of rounds. Thanks, Mama. Skarmory Magnezone is on my list to try for sure. I think Skarmory Farfetch Magnezone has a lot of potential. Ready to find our stage 1 next turn. Got 2 stage 1, a research, and 2 communication. So we're what? Loosely a little over 50%. Nice. Coolio. Hey, Finnel. Thanks for helping us stay over our full-time sub goal. Appreciate the support of the Pokemon content. So the way Rocky Helmet or Rough Skin work, they are effects that trigger after an attack finishes. So things like Leech Life or Venusaur's Healing happen first, and then the after attack effects happen after. If I miss on my stage 1, I guess I don't have to get rid of it right away. But there's a chance I want to throw this away to play around to Sabrina down the line. If they Sabrina us this turn, I can throw this one up and take a hit. What do you think of Dialga Bastiodon to guarantee Dialga as your opener? I think that doesn't solve Dialga's problem, which is it's awkward when it's not going first, when it's not going second. Nice. And then they heal nothing here because they dealt nothing. We're actually just done here. Get to assert dominance as the superior fossil Pokemon. All right. So we are going to tap an ad roll before this tournament starts in 5 minutes. We're going to play more fossil stuff in between rounds, but we are going to run back the Manaphy Yan Mega deck we played in yesterday's tournament. We're swapping out the Palkia for a Mew to help the Charizard matchup. I liked the core of this, so I want to give it one more shot. It's my jam, so I'm gonna go ahead and tap an ad roll. I'm gonna run to the restroom, and we'll be jamming this in a tournament in a few minutes. Thanks everybody for hanging out. Don't go anywhere. If you're watching on the YouTube side, consider tapping the like button while you're hanging out this morning. Appreciate the almost 500 people that have done that already. All right, we're just gonna chill for a couple minutes so we can chat while I pedal while we wait for this event to start. For those that didn't see this deck yesterday, your ideal draw with it is really straightforward and powerful. On turn 1, you use Manaphy to put energy on Yanma plus something else. Then on turn 2, you retreat to Yan Mega and Dawn an energy up to it. And get to start attacking for 120 on turn 2 and every turn for the rest of the game if that's good. In a lot of games, that's going to be good enough. Am I religious? I am not. No, there's too much Druidigon in the format to split your Luminions. You really want your Luminions to be able to attack the bench. Let's check my Wonder Picks real quick, huh? What does Luminion do? Luminion is a 2 energy attacker that hits a bench Pokemon for 50. How lucky are you with your full art trainer pulls? I used the Wonder Pick glitch before they patched it to get my Ericas, but my Wonder Picks this season have been really bad. I'm like 3 and 32. I Wonder Picked my 4th full art Manaphy last night to be able to flare both of them for today, but otherwise my Wonder Picks this season have been real bad. Yeah, I like Honchkrow a lot too. We posted a Honchkrow Arbok highlight I think is pretty solid. I think things that attack past what's it called are pretty good. Why do I have to click the plus button like 3 times to get to this? There's what? Why does this screen exist? Why when I click this does it not just go to here? A cover for binders can be used when using the binder feature. A cover for binders that can be used without using the binder feature. Yeah, this is definitely a UX UI design choice. Where can you find the decks that I like? I post daily highlights on YouTube. YouTube.com/Oglandia Pocket. Oh, hey! There's dust in here. Trade dust. That's great. More of that, please. Is there more of it in here or just that? Just that. Hopefully there's more of that. Please, more. Keep it coming. Right, our round 1 opponent is playing the Magnazone Fighting Box deck. Let's see how this goes. It's incredibly rare to see 2 stars in your Wonder Pick. I see maybe 1 or 2 a month. My opponent said, let's go, and then didn't press the search button. Or they didn't pocket messed up. One of the two. Second time's the charm, yes. Oh, was there an app update? My opponent just asked me if I updated the app, but we didn't find each other. Could be on me. Let's check. Oh, yeah, sure is. It's so annoying that it doesn't force you to update. Or that doesn't, there's not a pop-up in the client. No, it's definitely on me. Weird. And we had plenty of people we were playing against in the queue all morning that also weren't updated, probably. It's very silly. It's nice for 0 downtime, but they definitely need a push notification to let people know they should check for it. I would assume all the people on the old version match into each other on the old version because they haven't updated yet. All right, as always, I'm going to be a little bit more focused during the tournament round. So behave or the mods will bonk you. I'll be reading chat a little bit less personally here for the next little bit. First energy advantage is nice. Can I get a mana fee open? Yep. No red card. No Mars, no Sabrina. I can wait to play this though, right? To conceal the information. We want any other basic Pokemon here, and then we have the turn 2 Yan Mega Blaster. So we're playing 7 basics in this deck because we really want to with the mana fee. Unfortunate. X speed also lets us bonk without it next turn. Opponent has 2 X speed, 2 Cyrus, and a Pokemon communication. So we could see X speed Lee kick my Yanma. In general, how many Pokemon do you want in your deck compared to items? It's not really so much how many Pokemon do you want as it is how many basics do you want. You want 5 basics as a minimum. If we hit X speed here, we get to run him down. I'm gonna go dig in for another basic here, I think. So we wanna not get Lumineon here. Mew's okay. Not having Yan Mega until 3 leaves us a little susceptible to Cyrus with their Marshadow here. Yeah, I think we're in trouble now. Yeah, if I needed the X speed or my other basic. Now I think we're actually dead. Cape's not bad. It's gonna come down to, do they have the evolutions for this? Has the Charizard deck variant changed since before the update? You can check out the ideal Charizard build in my meta report from Sunday on the Hooglandia Pocket channel. Yeah, I needed to just not have their stage 2 on curve. And I think we're unfortunately in the make them have it territory. So they have the zone, we're dead. They don't. We got them. We bricked on a card to start. Maybe they'll brick on one now. Unfortunately for me, my opponents have never bricked in their lives. Having first energy advantage is scary. You get to open on Manaphy, though. This hand's really solid. I have 2 basics guaranteed, which is nice. I have Dawn. It's close on Pokeball versus Research first. I don't mind having more basics. There is nothing that punishes me holding my basics here. And if they have Hitmonlee, they could punish me playing them. So, I think we just passed, only dealing 30, and there's no Geo. Even if it was more than that. The existence of this Magnemite really highlights the fact that the design team expected Magnezone to be played in colorless decks effectively. If we hit one of our copies of Yanmega in our next 2 draws, we could get the early Yanmega blasting, which would be nice. And if we brick on it, we still have Lumineon to pivot into, which is also solid. The Hitmonchan deals the same amount of damage as Magnemite, so they might as well X-speed it out here. I think I'm just attacking with Lumineon next turn. Is the plan? Just debating if I ever put an energy on here. I don't think so. I don't think I'm putting this out to put up next. I think it's just this. If they miss on Magneton, I can Lumineon clear the Magnemite in 2, which would be ideal. So do they have their stage 1 right away? They do not. Okay. It's great for us. Our opponent bricked. Sometimes lucky, rubber ducky. So this is guaranteed to clear now. And the way this back and forth works now is I go hit you, they hit me, I clear, they Mars Shadow clear, and then Yanmega cleans up, yeah? So they can stretch kick Yanma here. And I don't have Yanmega yet. Which is a big deal. Two of those communicate. We have 2 Yanmega, a communication, and a research and 8 cards. So loosely 4 ways to find us to our evolution. Cape is also a survival tool here. Now, with them not playing the Magneton, do I Lumineon the Marshadow here? Because if they evolve this next turn, I could always hit it next turn. Do we Energy Mew? Energy Mew is interesting because it gives me the option to Dawn to it next turn. I think it's this. They have 2 copies of Cyrus, but if they want to Cyrus and clear the Yanma with the Marshadow, they have to spend their other energy, and then the Marshadow's in the active. Yeah, these 2 decks playing into each other is interesting for sure. If they switch in Magneton against the Lumineon, I can put an energy on Mew and then Dawn a 3rd up to it and genome hacking their spinning attack to clear this. I assume they're going to go energy here, pull the Yanma up. And now I need to Mew clear the Marshadow because they're on... I think we're dead. I think that's checkmate if they have the Magnezone, which is incredibly likely. So Mew clears the Magnezone, but they have Hitmonchan. And this will be at 20. And this is only my first knockout point. Yeah, we're at 0 points. Yeah, I think that's checkmate. Yeah, I only have 1 cape. And I used my cape on Manaphy. Or I used my cape on the Yanma. I shouldn't have used my cape on the Yanma. I should have let them take the knockout with the Hitmonlee. I think I should have let them make the knockout with the Hitmonlee and saved the cape for this. Is my mistake that I made. Yeah, I could have Lumineon to kill the Magneton at 1.2. As another thing as well. The problem with that one is, like, the permutations on the decision tree are just very different from there, right? Yeah, GG opponent. I had two different lines I could have played differently. I could have killed the Magneton, or when it was, I could have killed the Magnemite, and I could have saved the cape. I don't think it's clear that killing the Magnemite was correct the way the other things line up, because if I kill the Magnemite, then their Mars Shadow clears my Lumineon when it comes up. Yeah, we would have lost the Lumineon to the Mars Shadow, and I didn't have a Mew or a Yanmega ready to go. Yeah, missing my evolution there was a tough beat. I definitely should have saved the cape though. That was a mistake. When I played the cape, my thought process was, okay, I'm fine if they Cyrus and then give me the Mars Shadow, but I didn't think about the snowball effect of I get the Mars Shadow, but then they have the Magnezone. So what I should have done was I should have given up the Yanma to the Hitmonlee, and then I could have used the Mew to clear the Magnezone, and then the Mew would have been in an okay spot. Yeah. The game's much easier if we just, like, draw Yanmega. Like, we had a couple of awkward spots just with our draw, but I think the cape was the big decision we could have done different. All right, we got 14 minutes left of the round. How is this one? We're always alive at X1. This is 8 rounds with the top 16 cut. How many people did we have? 297, so probably got to go 7-1. Oh, typoed that wrong. It's auto drop with 2 losses. Does it say that? Nope, it doesn't. It doesn't. It's not auto drop with 2 losses. That would be a weird. That would be a weird structure. Yeah. Okay. So we do need to X1 though. Some X2s will make the top 16 cut, but losing round 1, our breakers are going to be bad. So I'm going to go ahead and take a pause for the cause and run some adverts. We should be able to play a match with Bastiodon in between, I would wager. So I'm playing some Fossil next this morning in between tournament rounds. We're going to play some more at this when we get back, and then we'll have round 2 of the tournament in a little while. Thanks everybody for hanging out. Don't go anywhere. Yeah, the Yanmega Manaphy deck is fun. We played really good games with it yesterday. I wanted to give it one more run back. Regardless of our results, it'll get a highlight because it generates good games of Pocket, but probably not very good. Yanmega Manaphy feels like one of the more inspired lists theory-wise sick lines. Yeah, I agree. Just when you look at like what's your goldfish draws do, it's got some powerful goldfish draws. I've got like a short what's my list of decks that I want to play in tournaments. Gallade's definitely on the short list. What is that? I want to run back both of these two. at some point. Palkia, Blastoise, and Garchomp. The Rampardos deck today is going to happen at some point. Gallade's going to happen. Luxray's going to happen. And I think they're potentially this is good too. I want to try more Mismagia. So I've got like part of the reason we've been doing so many viewer decks is I already have a bunch of decks that I like, and there's just not enough days in the week to play them all in tournaments yet. So I've got what, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. We got like at least the next 2 weeks worth of tournament decks queued up for things I want to run. I'm sure some of them will be like this Yan Mega list. I want to run them more than once just for the sake of getting a better feel for it. You have deck lists for each of those decks we can check out. You should really check out the deck highlights on my YouTube channel. Most of them have highlights at this point. The #1 quality of life feature the deck editor needs is the ability to import and export deck lists. Not close. Kangababa is unfortunately pretty mid against Lucario Curve due to weakness. I think I'm just letting her take another shot here. They have Lucario, she goes down. And then it's probably K-Pier, Energy Attack, K-Pier. This will take 2 hits to clear, which gives us time to build Bastio down in the back. Looks like our opponent is a Gallade Enjoyer. That notably does 130 to Shieldon. So looking at the back and forth here, again, just counting out what our breakpoints look like, is I go first energy here, attack them. They hit me back. And then I go second energy, attack them again. And then they clear, and then I have third energy here. For the 15 months, Garfield. Appreciate it. Welcome back. Agent. Agate with the brand new Prime sub. Appreciate you helping us stay above our full-time sub goal. Thanks for the support. To put the cape on the Bastiodon. Because if I would have put a Rocky helmet on the Bastiodon, I would only need 1 heads on Guarded Grill to clear Gallade. And because I did this, I'm going to need 2 heads to clear it. Oh gosh, do they have... They have Sabrina? Sabrina would be really bad for me. Or what would you have to draw Helmet? I have to draw Helmet by this turn. I should have just waited on the cape, because I could have drawn Helmet as late as this turn. Yes, so we would have We would have only needed a single heads here. Now I need 2. 3 maybe even? I might need a heads to survive the Lucario in the back too. The more I play with this deck, the less impressed by it I am. It feels like a lot of my games come down to... It feels like a lot of my games come down to I need 2 to 3 heads here. I shouldn't put energy on this because it makes Energized Blade better. And I'm not playing out other bench Pokemon for Sabrina. I think if this deck only needed, like, 1 heads to win most of its games, it would be fine. But a lot of these games we're playing, I feel like I need 2 to 3, which is asking for a lot. I mean, that game wasn't remotely about Kangaskhan being good, bad, or otherwise, Nevich. That's completely irrelevant. If anything, having the extra basic from Kangaskhan was the only reason I had time to set up to begin with, so that's kind of a nod in favor of playing the extra basic. We've also not had first energy advantage in a lot of these games, and this deck's much better with it, is accurate. On one hand, I want to communicate this, but on the other hand, I need to not die to a Sabrina. I think I need the hat for the Skarmory. Also, if I draw Cape next turn, Cape on this buys me a turn against the Mewtwo, which is nice. Bastiodon lives the side drive even without a heads, which is nice. Cape is just better potion, isn't it? One of the #1 things you can do to improve as a card game player is delete the incredibly wrong concept of strictly better and strictly worse from your vocabulary. So Cape is situationally better than potion, but it's worse in a number of edge cases as well. Potion stopping Cyrus, especially in the Darkrai metagame where you're frequently getting your Pokemon chip-shotted for 20, is a really good example of where Potion is better. Also, 2 Potions save your Pokemon for 40, whereas 2 Cape does not. You also can't combine Cape with Helmet on the same card. So playing this out this turn plays around Sabrina now, but it loses to Sabrina later, so I think we're just vibing. Does Rocky Helmet do anything? I'm going to put Rocky Helmet on here because it means that if they have Potion or Cape, we still clear them in 2. I'm not going to do anything else with it, because we're probably putting Cape on here. Well, if you're not going to clear me, I'm going to get feisty. Play another bench Pokemon to play around Sabrina. Again, this is one of those spots where, yes, playing another bench out plays around Sabrina this turn, but it would lose to Sabrina the following turn. So it's not strictly correct to do so. I'm gonna put Cape to beat a blue. Or beat a Geo, I mean. Bastiodon against the World Givers, just the way he likes it. Look at the little baby Mewtwo attack, chat. It's so little. Headbanger's delight. Deal. My champion. Uh-oh. Oh, they're retreating. Interesting. So they get a Mew and then crack us for 80? This seems worse than just forcing the coin flip this turn, yeah? Because they're gonna have to win. This gives me 2 chances to win a coin now, yeah? I guess they can always switch back to Mewtwo next turn. Oh, and now I'm dead to the side drive regardless, yeah? No, this is smart, actually, because this gives them 2 chances. Because now this is a guaranteed clear. Yeah. Opponent played that right, actually. Alright, I think I'm gonna delete this one. I know I'm gonna delete my notes on it. I'm not gonna post a highlight with it. I think I would feel bad recommending this deck. And again, I want to make it clear, it's not the fact that there's a flip at the end. It's the fact that we need multiple flips, right? Like, I think if that deck was regularly getting into a spot where, like, a single coin flip meant that we won the game, that would be fine. But, like, that last game was a great example, right? I needed, like, 3 flips out of 4, basically, at the end. Let's look at some... I'm curious to see how the two basic build has been doing. Ooh, Darkrai Magnezone's play rate fell off a cliff for this tournament. And its win rate is struggling. Darkrai Greninja and Darkrai Weavile outperforming. I'm really curious to see what the big tournaments look like this weekend. Let's take a look at... We had a big one yesterday, right? Yeah, it's at 760. How did the Bastiodon Skarmory stuff do here? Just above half, small sample though. Only 4 people played it. Yeah, a lot of the Darkrai Magnezone win rates have been only okay in a lot of these post-weekend tournaments. The metagame has been appropriately adapting. Let me take a look at some of these other bigger ones. 45% here. At a good run here, 57. Only 5% of the matchup, though. Or 5% of the field. 40% here and almost 10% of the field. All 3 of the most popular decks hitting sub 50% win rates is interesting. Yeah, I agree, Patches. There's a lot of movement around here. The Darkrai Greninja deck is mono dark. Yes, Executor is the best card in Pokemon Pocket. I don't think it's close. I don't think it's close. We're 7 minutes past time here. There's 3 matches outstanding. What change do you think made the Darkrai Magnezone deck fall off a cliff start? People are attacking benches, is the TLDR. It's weird that the total number of matches being played went up. There's one outstanding here. If you're just joining us, we lost our first round in some close games. Playing this pile of cards. It's a fun little Manaphy Yanmega brew. Be up with the second match here in a minute, hopefully. Wouldn't cards like Professor's Research or Pokeball be the best cards in the game, or are you talking just about Pokemon? Yeah, I'm not talking about the actually nerds. Cards like Professor's Research and Pokeball are format staples. They're not cards that you choose to play in different decks. Oh, they delayed the end of it because there was the client update. Yeah, that makes sense. My round started a little bit late, so I'm gonna update that on my phone here too, speaking of. If you didn't download it, gamers, there was a small client update last night, and the app doesn't force you to update right away. Although it updated on my mobile. We just didn't update on my emulator. Strange. All right, let's play a match in between if there's still people going because they were delayed with the update. I want to try... We played a little bit of this. This is the best feeling Lucario deck I've played so far. So I wanted to give it a little bit more of a chance to see how it goes. Wonder why Pocket has low reviews on the App Store because of trading. People were very unhappy with how it launched. And rightfully so. The way they set up trading is baffling. It's not remotely baffling at all. They set up trading in a way to try and make it so people couldn't open a shop and sell Pokemon Pocket trades to people on a secondary market. And they overcorrected trying to account for that and ended up with it being too restrictive to be useful. So they definitely missed, but the idea that they missed in a way that's not understandable also isn't very true. Even beyond the tokens, it's way too annoying to find someone to trade with if you can't just do it publicly. So that's another thing that when we talk about trading comes up a lot, but you're also wrong about that in my opinion. The fact that you have to use third-party things and be social to trade is a feature, not a bug. So people play games like Pokemon Pocket longer if they're talking to other people who also play the game. So forcing you to have a social component to engage in trading will cause people to build relationships and communities, which will cause people to play the game longer. And I'm not going to tell you that it's not inconvenient, because it is. And I'm not going to tell you that it's not annoying, because it is. But I'm simply telling you the idea that they didn't do that intentionally is also wrong. So you're entitled to feel the way that you do, and in many ways I would agree with you. I am just pointing out the fact that there is an explicit reason for why it's intentionally designed like that. It's not just a, oh, they didn't think of this. It's a, oh, they want this to be how it is. Could they put those social features in the game? They absolutely could and probably should. But that's more dev time. It's not free to add things like that. This is 50% to be Kickbodley. I would like another Hitmonlee here. Lovely. So we kick the Teenage Monkey here one more time. And then if they don't have Papa Monkey, the second Hitmonlee follows up to clear. How are we doing with Moltres? If I would have kicked the monkey, the Articuno could have cleared the Moltres. But with the monkey on curve here, I think we're just dead. Ooh! That's a piece of candy! I'm gonna play this other old... Nah, there's no way they have Sabrina, right? I was saying I'm gonna play the old Amber out to play around Sabrina, but that's not a thing I should care about. Wait, you're not even gonna make me have the Cyrus? I guess they're just playing around it, huh? They're just assuming my Hitmonlee deck has Cyrus in it, which is a good assumption. This is a good line from the opponent. What's the point of holding the fossil? I might want this bench slot to be something else. And I might want this to be a fossil after that bench slot is something else. So, Hedge, you are not the average use case for the trading system generating a social component. So, you being someone who watches streams and seeks out Discord, most people playing Pokemon Pocket and engaging in trading aren't going to engage in it in that way. So, I would believe you that your social experience is that. But for most humans, they're not invested in this game to this point, and it's going to cause them to encourage their friends to play the game. It's to encourage people to develop IRL friend groups. What's my line to win here? My line to win the game is retreat to Lucario and then top deck second X speed and then pivot it to this Aerodactyl and win by clearing with this. And obviously we lose to Cyrus and we lose to them running the monkey up. But otherwise we have a path to victory here. Trading ended up being part of the reason my wife began playing. Yep. And then I think on that we're bricked now. So I'm through both my Hitmonlees, yeah? The second energy on Lucario's retreat cost is so brutal. GG. That's close. We had a line at the end. Needed our other X speed there. With the update delaying the start, I don't know how long exactly we have until the next round of the tournament, so I'm going to queue this, but we might have to drop it before we finish. But again, Hedge, I'm not telling you your idea is wrong or wouldn't have value. I'm just saying the last part of your statement there's no reason for trading to be blind. You're wrong about that. There's a very intentional, explicit reason for the trading to be blind in the app because they want you coordinating the trades with a social component in person. I'm gonna move on from this topic at this point because I don't know if we're ever gonna get through, but like just there is very much a reason. It exists for a reason. They had the frog evolution. I'm putting my second energy on a Hitmonlee, so I'm probably dead. Unlucky. How do you feel about this versions of energy generation? I think it's much better than the paper game. I'm glad they updated it. For people who are also playing in the same tournament as me, it's pretty atypical that the rounds go this far over. There was an app update last night that caused a lot of the matches to get delayed while starting with the pairings, so the tournament organizer gave an extension to some people who were having issues with that, which I think is pretty understandable. And hey, it looks like it just finished. Apologies, opponent. Time to bounce. Speak of the tournament round, and it will pair. You know what? Change in the update. They don't really do change logs, so probably just bug fixes, I'd imagine. I guess I could have waited for my opponent to check in. I always do that. I, like, leave the match right away, and then my opponent, like, takes forever to check in. And I end up sitting and waiting anyways. Mistakes. I'll learn someday. You can eventually teach a dumb dog new tricks, I assume. The Wonder Pick rewards from this event are different than what were originally data mined. It could have been related to that. Yeah, that's a good bet. Oh, perfect. We have an opponent. Lovely. We are playing against Weavile, Wheezing, Darkrai this round. I'm curious to see how this goes. If this just runs us down, we'll drop from the tournament. Our deck is definitely built to metagame Drudagon decks a little bit. There's a chance that we're not fast enough in these other places. I don't know what a Blitz format event is. Expecting people to play quickly sounds good. Expecting people to play best of one sounds not good. Yeah, it says unable to find it, but I wonder if my opponent updated. I'm asking my opponent if they updated their client. Tournament the morning after an update has a few of these usually. Best of one, but 15-minute round timer plus check-in. 15-minute round timer with check-in really isn't a very fast format, right? Because, like, best of three, you usually do 30 minutes. Some usually 35 with check-in, so it's exactly the same as a normal best of three round, yeah? I would expect something that's pushed to be blitz with best of one to be, like, 8 minutes or less. It's slower, actually, yeah. Yeah, the time per game with the check-in is slower than less minutes per game than best of three. How many total rounds did you have in the tournament with Spriggles? We had 13 rounds, I think. And we went like 9 hours and 10 minutes, even with the delay. So 9.25 divided by 13. We average like 0.17 of an hour per round. So 0.17 times 60. We average like 42 minutes per round. And that was with a huge delay round one. We had a logistical issue round one. So hopefully the first round, there wasn't a delay on broadcast because I'm a professional and we recorded a bunch of content. So we didn't have any downtime for the stream. But the competitors actually had, I think, like 35 minutes of downtime between round one and round two. It wasn't my first time running a tournament, so we recorded 3 full matches every round to have infinite content to fill. This is the one thing that an automated tournament client would do, although there really aren't issues like this on non-update days. But now my opponent's not responding. Did any of the unbroadcast games get published? They didn't, but I guess that's something I could do in the future. That's actually not a bad idea, Gap. I actually have them all on my computer still. It's probably a little bit late now, but maybe for the next one, I could like sort through some of the other third games we didn't cover and see if they're worth covering for other content, like direct to YouTube later. What are your thoughts on the Starmie Lumineon deck? I think Starmie's in a bad position post Cyrus. I want to experiment with it at some point, but I'm not super high on it from a game theory perspective. All right. It's been 4 minutes since my opponent responded. We'll request a judge. It's fine if real life happens while you're playing a thing, but you should like do your opponent the courtesy of letting them know you need to step away for a second. Was there anything logistical that didn't work well with the tournament stream? No, the actual technology on the stream side was almost flawless. We had one minor issue with how I was capturing Spraggle's audio, where his mic would dip a little bit when we were changing scenes, but I fixed that midstream. So that wasn't the setup on. For anybody who's a tech nerd or you want to run your own tournaments, the way we record the matches is I've got 3 other computers in my house, and they record through a network share directly to my computer using the MVK file format. And the MVK file format writes a video file in parts that you can read from while someone's still writing it to your hard drive. So I play the video file while it's still being written using VLC, and we just trail behind them by 5 minutes. And then once they finish, obviously we have a completed file if we want to like jump into a match that's already fully done. But that's how the delay is done from the match while it's still in progress. We wait for there to be 5 minutes on the recording, and then we jump in from there, and then we just play it, and it follows the video file while it's being written in pieces. For people who aren't familiar with me, by the way, my degree is in math, but my degree is in math only because I was already writing software during undergrad. I didn't want to pay for a degree to like be taught something I already knew how to do. So in a former life, there's a GitHub page of mine with a bunch of open source software on it that I worked on and helped maintain. MKV, yeah, whatever the letters are, MVK, MKV. We use the kids' PC. So I keep all of my, in fact, with my latest streaming update, with my latest rig update I did earlier this year, there's actually 4 old streaming PCs in my house. All the 3 old ones all work. My opponent has returned. They must have needed to update their client. They returned and you said the same code. All right. After they assured me they'd updated. All right, let's play. They're playing Weavile. They are playing Weavile, Weezing, Darkrai. You don't need multiple PC setups for streaming games like this that aren't very graphical intensive. So I have a single PC with some AMD processor in it. I forget what they are because the latest Intel chips were melting themselves. This is my first AMD chip in like over a decade. My last 3 streaming rigs all had i7s in them. And then I've got a NVIDIA 4070 Ti Super, I think. Ryzen 7700X and a 4070 Ti Super. Yeah. My opponent must have something going on IRL, because they took forever to queue, and now we're sitting here waiting for them again. NVIDIA GPUs are not optional for your streaming PC, though. The encoding software that OBS uses, which is the industry standard, leverages extra features inside of NVIDIA processors to do it efficiently. All right, opponent has 1 Koga. They have 1 Mars in their deck, is interesting. So do I wait on this research? Nah, I'm gonna play it. I have 2 basics at least. There's a good chance we draw another basic. They want to Mars me from 4 cards down to 3 for their, what's it called for the turn? That sounds fine. Mew's not great in this matchup, but we'll play it out to make our hand smaller. I want to do this because I would like Ophidian, I think. And then if they don't play another basic next turn, they die, and they're probably behind either way, because next turn Yanmega with the Dawn's going to clear them out. Mars is likely better than red card, but still pretty mediocre. Even if they have another basic here, the Yanmega is just going to be blasted every turn, yeah? They don't have any copies of Cyrus, so if I pull this Manaphy back, it gets to live. They have no potions. I don't know how they deal with a full health Yanmega. Unironically, I think the line here is Finny and Water Gun, and then just plan to put the Yanmega up after, because they don't have potions. They have two capes. I mean, I don't know how you expect them to fit Cyrus in their deck when they're playing other good cards like Mars, chat. They're on 5 basics, which, like, isn't a lot, but it's more than 4, I suppose. Missing first energy advantage is sad. We want to lead on the Finian, because if we hit Lumineon, this retreats for free, which is nice. Yanmega is 6 foot 3 inches tall. It's a big bug, but it's also not called Yan Mini, so. We swapped the one of Palkia yesterday we played for one of Mew today to hedge Charizard. How much Charizard is in this tournament? My opponent made us wait 7 minutes to start, is now roping every game. Charizard's the second most popular deck in this event. It's probably a good swap. If they take a long time, we might have to call a judge again. They're gonna cause us to go to time. At least one of the nice things about streaming my tournament is I have video evidence of being griefed. Nice. Manaphy is perfect. This would be better if we had first energy advantage, but pretty content here regardless. It is annoying that their timer doesn't go down while they sit there and wait at the start. The phrase roping originates from Hearthstone, yeah, because it uses the animation of a rope ticking down. The fact that Lumineon took the first hit means that Manaphy lives Weezing next turn. Oh, it doesn't because of the Darkrai, though. I guess we cape it? Do we cape it? I think we keep it. So we live, Do I play around Sabrina? I think so. My opponent's not playing Cyrus. They had to cut something to make room for Mars. Ready to Yan Mega Gamers. We've got 1 communication, 2 research, 2 Yan Mega. Oh, they're not clearing this. That's good for us. So they have 2 copies of Cape. Is the thing. So I think I'm supposed to put Lumi Neon up here and take a shot at Weavile. So that way Weavile clears to Yan Mega even through a Cape. And then if they don't kill Lumineon here, we'll tap the Darkrai as well next turn, and then we can start blasting with Yan Mega. Weezing clears the Lumineon here, though. Fidian attacking for 20 might be relevant here. Because a tap for 20 plus a blast for 140 clears. Am I supposed to play this? I'm not drawing to anything, right? They have a Mars, and I'm gonna need Fidion at some point. I'm kind of in an awkward spot here. Oh, you know, I should have hit the Darkrai, probably. Instead of the Weavile. At the speed this opponent is playing and how much time they wasted, we might be in risk of drawing. I didn't play Professor's Research because they have a copy of Mars in their deck. Wait. They did this and they don't have Cape? Excuse me? No Cyrus here. That's checkmate, I believe. Yeah, they have Sabrina, but so long as I have something that doesn't die to Weavile, we're good. So everything they have dies through Cape here now. They actually don't have a second Darkrai in their deck either. Oh, Weezing with Cape goes to 10. I forgot Weezing isn't weak to Bug. Yeah, good shout. Weird time waster of a game. Hope Mars was in their hand. Given that they had a bunch of cards they never played, I'd say probably safe to assume Mars was in their hand. All right, let's go ahead and roll some adverts. We got 8 minutes till the next round of the tournament, so we'll play some more Lucario in between. Thanks everybody for hanging out. Don't go anywhere. We're 1-1 now. If you're watching on the YouTube side, consider tapping the like button on the live stream. We're almost up to 700 likes on the day. Appreciate everybody vibing. If you're joining us on a tournament day for the first time, we usually play different decks that aren't our tournament deck in between rounds to make it a little bit easier to know if you're dipping in and out when we're playing tournament matches versus not. I'm playing some games with this one. Is Weezing the optimal Weavile Darkrai partner? I don't know the answer to that. I am Ohm. Thank you for the 2 years of support. Appreciate the Prime. Welcome back. I'm glad I watched you play the Rampardos deck this morning. I last minute submitted it for the tournament. It's been great so far. Nice. We have a good run. That's definitely on my list of things to play at some point. Why not Hitmonchan in this deck? Why Hitmonchan in this deck? You only get 20 card slots, gamers. Use them wisely. What scared you off of the more aggressive line of killing Coughing with Yanmega as soon as you could? They had 2 copies of Cape that let their backline survive, and then I don't have a way to fish them up. I guess I had Lumineon. Maybe you were right that just being more aggressive was fine, Lilithan. One energy, 50 damage attack is good value with Hitmonchan. Sure, if you have Lucario. There aren't enough days before the next set for you to play all these sweet decks. I'm definitely not going to have enough time to play everything I want to play inside of tournaments. Rotating through just regular stream decks, we should have plenty of time. Because we can play 4 or 5 decks a stream. Although, I haven't shared this yet. Not next week, but the week after. I'm going to be gone for 2 or 3 days, I think. But maybe we'll do a Saturday stream before that. Yeah, I'm gonna be out of town from the 17th to the 19th in 2 weeks. I know, it's unthinkable. We'll make sure we have YouTube videos queued up for that, but I'm gonna be out of town from the 16th to the 19th, actually, but we will make a point to stream on the 15th. Have you played the Pachirisu only deck? I've not. I'd be surprised if that deck is anything more than a gimmick. We'll get around to it at some point, but it doesn't seem like it generates very interesting games, so it's low on my priority. I like decks that let me feel smart and let me make lots of choices, and that deck is not doing that, not remotely. Nice start for us here. Put it as first energy advantage. We could let Kickmonlee take a hit and then pivot into Aerodactyl with Lucario back up. I just started the game this week and I'm still learning. If you want to keep up on which decks are good, bad, or otherwise, I do a weekly meta report, typically on Sundays. You can find the last one of those on the YouTube channel here as this format develops. I don't think we're kicking the baby here. I think the line to win is definitely this takes a hit, X speed into this, and try and clean this out before it can get going. Do you have or collect Pokemon cards? I have 3 small children who collect Pokemon cards. I do not personally. If they have their superior on curve here, we're statistically dead. So hopefully that doesn't happen. One of those spots where I kind of wish this Cyrus was a Sabrina to clean this out. One thing that's noteworthy here, talking about Lucario with Aerodactyl, the extra 20 from Lucario here means that we kill this Celebi through a copy of Erica, whereas without it, we would not. It's a relevant differential here. Color, thank you for the over 2 years. Appreciate that. Welcome back. They have Erica double potion. Oh, they're just banking on clearing our thing. That's fair. They only need 3 out of 6. Couldn't have happened to a nicer opponent, really. Average. Wonderful lessons in why Celebi gamers are a certain type of something. Live by the sword, die by the sword. They can't attack me this turn, right? So we just put that all day up. Then we'll get in for 100 here. Even with Giovanni, they're not cleaning us. And with Cyrus, they have nowhere to run. Crush, crush, crush. Easy limit. Notable that obviously they super low rolled, but they could have had 1 more coin on that Celebi and we still would have gotten him. What are your thoughts on this deck? I am not certain that I like it better than the other Stage 2 fighting decks. I think my favorite fighting deck I've played so far is Rampardos. We were playing some of that this morning. We'll have a highlight on it sometime soon. Probably Monday. Our tournament round is up. We are playing against Executor Magnazones. Neat combination of things. Thank you. Is this half?
Yeah.
Perfect.
Here.
Yeah, I got it. Jeff's #1 dieting tip, chat. When you get takeout, split it in half before you start eating it. Don't trust yourself to only eat half of the food. You are not a trustworthy individual. How can it be parasocial if you know me so well? I am you, gamers. I am you. All right, so our opponent's playing Executor Magnezone. No other basics. 2 Cyrus, 2 Erica, only 1 Pokeball. That's an interesting choice. Guess they only have 4 basics. It means if they start on a Magnemite, there's a good chance they start on Magnemite, there's a good chance that they don't find the egg, huh? Might have another person that needs to download their app update. I'm sure there's gonna keep being a few of these. We didn't know it happened either until someone told us. Yeah, if they don't have the app update at this point, it means they also queued into people that didn't have it. But we're missing for a 3rd time now, so I think there's a good chance. I would have to remember maybe I don't want to play tournaments on app update day. This person is insisting their app is updated, but we've missed 3 times, so. I could have mistyped the code. I copy and pasted mine. And I copy and pasted what they typed in. I don't know. Maybe I'll drop it 1-1. Dealing with this is, they're finally checking their app store. I've heard you in the past say Gengar is a bad card. Can you explain why? You should check the EX tier list video from yesterday. That was it. Now it's updating. Oh, really? The problem was you this entire time. I, for one, am shocked. Couldn't check the first time I told you. It's fine. They're just giving me time to eat my lunch. Oh, look at that. We paired. Fancy. What's for lunch? Ketchup bread? No, that was sourdough toast being dipped in jam instead of being spread across the top. I have a tomato and mozzarella skillet. We have first evolution advantage, which isn't terrible against, what's it called? Leading this into a Magnemite's potentially scary, though. Manaphy's not a bad pull. We need a Lumineon in order to retreat this out. I think we just pass here. No Mars, no red card. No huge reason to do anything right away. We have 1 X speed and 2 Lumineon that let us retreat into a Manaphy activation next turn. And then obviously we have a redraw off of this at the Lumineon as well if we need it. Mew's only okay in this matchup, we can throw that back. Then another basic out of the deck. Now I will keep... So we have 2 Yanmega, 2 Lumineon, like 1 and 3 to get the Lumineon here, so not high, but it's worth the shot, I think. think I put this here. So if they have egg tree, this dies regardless of the coin. Notable breakpoint here is that Yanmega cracking for 120 kills Executor with a cape, even through an Erica. But it has 2 copies of Cyrus and no Sabrina. Our opponent not only is only playing 4 basics, they are also only playing 1 Pokeball. So their lack of a second basic there, a little bit unlucky, but also very much a deck building choice. Manaphy? All right. We got a draw at a 3rd basic here. There are 7 basics in our deck. And if we miss on the basic, I might put the Yanmega back. I don't know. The Yanmega is so good in this matchup. This is probably wrong, but our hand's just so awkward. Oh, man. Giant Buckethead, thank you for the prime. Appreciate it. Maybe I'm supposed to go all in looking for the Yanma there. Could have missed either way. Guess its heads were probably cooked. Research into Yanma. Would also take Yanma into Yanmega all natural, but us missing on the basic here is very unlucky. We are, as I said, playing 7 basics, so the odds of us bricking like this are much lower than the odds of them bricking in the first game. Like I said in my EX tier list video, Executor is the best card in Pokemon Pocket. I am genuinely afraid of when they eventually print a good grass finisher that isn't like Venusaur quality. Game 2, Bob. We won game 1. They bricked in game 1. Yanmega doesn't fit that bill. It does not. It's not bad. It's not like a Charizard or Blastoise quality finisher. Yanmega Executor is fine. It's just a lot less good than other things could be. If we ever get something that's comparable to a green Charizard or even a green Blastoise, I think it'll easily be the best thing by a lot. They get a guaranteed one-shot machine they can build up for 4 or 5 energy. They're on 2 copies of Cyrus, so there's a good chance we're dead here. Even if we hit the Yanmega. Definitely a spot where Mew is worse than Palkia. It's very unlikely they ever do card changes updates in Pokemon Pocket. Yeah, I assume if they ever miss on balance, they'll ban cards. That would be my assumption. Think I'm supposed to just hit them with this again. That's close, though. Yes, we really don't know what they'll do if there's a balance issue yet, because we haven't had a metagame where there's a balance issue yet. Their early game balance has been really on point. No Giovanni, no Sabrina, just 2 Cyrus, 2 Erica. Ain't another Tails here, so we're not just dead to the Cyrus, but double Cyrus is gonna run us down. We need them to bat 0 while we batted high. And if they have Magneton in the Magna Zone here, we're probably cooked regardless. Yeah, that heads means we're dead to Cyrus. Literally not possible for me to win the game before they draw one of their 2 Cyrus. We're gonna Gonna go to the next one. We're kind of low on time because they didn't update their client at the start. Avoid a draw. Game the third. How are they able to play the previous rounds without the update? Their previous round opponents also weren't updated. First energy advantage is a little bit of a mixed bag, but this hand is exactly what we're looking for. We just need them to either not have the egg or flip tails or draw dawn. A lot of goodies for us. Hitting their 50%er to start on egg all 3 games in a row is good variance for them. Hopefully their coins will be less good. We just need a dawn for this one to be as aggressive as possible. Yes, they've also had Executor on curve every game too. Let's see if they have that, and then if they hit tails. And if they have it and they hit heads and we hit dawn, we're still in a fine spot. But if we brick on dawn, we need one of the other things to not go their way. Whenever your opponent has 2 research and you have 0, it just feels like you're playing a different game. Such a bad feeling. Two copies of Dawn and 14 cards. We'll put the Lumineon up because it retreats for free and lets us punt the decision. This could be a second mana fee. Unlikely, but it's a decent pull. Nope. Maybe they'll brick on this coin. The problem here is if they have Magna Zone to top all this off, we're not going to be good even if they brick here. That's why Executor is good. It just gives you some free game wins. Yeah, I mean they did well. We ran a little cold. It's just how it goes. You can't get upset about games like this, chat. If you're gonna get upset about games like this, Pokemon Pocket's probably not a good game for you to be playing. That's just how it's gonna be. There's gonna be probably 25% of your games that you just lose and there's nothing you can do about it. That's true of Pocket, and it's true of most card games. If they hit heads here, they don't even need the Magna Zone. That's checkmate. GG. Well, I don't know about good game. It was a game. You can still win with Cape. No, I cannot. Alright, I got this deck out of my system. We can move along from this one. It's a big ol' drop-a-rooney for the afternoon. Might revisit at some point in the future, but I've just got so many other things I want to play. Probably won't have time before the next card pack drop. All right, let's play some more. Lucario Aerodactyl. This one feeling all right. I really need to figure out how to disable the auto mod on my channel. The fact that it always flags the PC Pocket command is so obnoxious. Yeah, I am not a fan of the post-game GG in, especially from the winner in games like Pokemon Pocket, where there's a lot of, like, objectively bad games. My preferred post-game moniker, especially when I was playing card games in paper, is thanks for the games is always a genuine and authentic thing. You should be thankful you had someone to play the game with, but all card games, not just Pocket, have like objectively trash games where like one player made no decision and dies. I mean, Cyrus kind of puts them in a little box in the ground tier, yeah? I want a communication to figure out where I'm putting my energy this turn. Because if I hit Aerodactyl, I'd want to put it there, but we hit Lucario, so we'll put it there. We'll drag this up to the front of the class. And get stretchy here. And then next turn we'll be able to start dealing 40 here. Yeah, actually, not Cyrus. The Hitmonlee forced them to evolve, and then it also marked damage so Cyrus could drag it up. I think I'd rather do this than pressure the Dialga. It's close, though. Hitmonlee is definitely one of the best metagame cards in Pokemon Pocket right now. Agree. Yep. You'd say keep kicking? I don't know, because, like, this, like, let's say I had kicked last turn, right? This would be at 90, and Lucario's still 2-hitting it, right? Yeah, since the introduction of Gyarados, Hitmonlee's been one of the better cards, for sure. I don't know that we're going to be able to get through this Melmetal, though. Our deck does not hit for large amounts of damages. Before Leaf, I guess. Yeah, but, like, you should assume the deck we're playing against is 2 copies of Leaf. It's like the TLDR. Now that they leafed, I'd say you made the correct play. Yeah, but again, you should assume that they're leafing in their deck. So, like, you can't look at my decision through the lens of it was good because they leafed. You have to look at my decision through the lens of, are they likely to have this card that makes the sequence good? You can't hindsight is 2020 every play. Okay, so we clear this. They clear us. Aerodactyl is lethal next turn if they put the Melmetal up. They're putting Dialga up, really? Okay. They have Giovanni? Yes, exactly that. Determining whether or not a play is good depends on the information you had available at the time, not what happened after the fact. You can't be results-based when evaluating sequences. This Giovanni is a big deal. Them getting the Lucario clear here hurts. Now I have to draw Aerodactyl to win this game. Oh, but even that might not be enough, yeah? He did it this turn, he did it this turn. Okay, cool. Cool. So the Aerodactyl hit this turn in tandem with Lucario letting us hit for 100 means that we're threatening lethal on both of these next turn. Noteworthy that Melmetal lives if they have a potion, though. So we'll see. Hopefully they don't have room for a potion with, like, Capes and Giovanni's and stuff. Yeah, the Lucario damage being super relevant here. Don't we get one shot from them? They do 100 and they do 120. We are 140 here on the Aerodactyl EX. Yeah, they just don't have potions, so we're done. You're 3-0 in the tournament. Congrats. Run it down. Always love to hear people having fun and getting success. Let's take a look at the tournament results here. I'm going to pull those up and scroll them idly while we have this ad break hit. Appreciate everybody hanging out. We're going to be playing some more of this Lucario Aerodactyl deck, and then I've got at least one more deck I want to try after today. If you're watching on the YouTube side, we're rapidly approaching 800 likes on the live stream. Shout out to the 749 that already gave that little bit of engagement. Consider tapping that button as well if you're hanging out. Oh, Sir Missalot, I missed your biddies. Me missing a lot today. I wanted to pay you for using some of your talking points regarding players optimizing the fun out of the game and choosing to smile. I was able to articulate some concerns about a new person in our gaming group to initiate a discussion on how to improve things. That's great. Always choose joy, gamers. So this is the tournament. We scrubbed out with the medium deck. We've got Charizard struggling. We've got fighting. Magnezone fighting box doing well. Darkrai Weavile. Whoa, the Magnezone build got absolutely brutalized. This is the big thing to watch this weekend. Magnezone versus the Weavile build. Which one is going to come out on top is a big deal. And I think, and again, this is speculation, but I would bet that this build is good against the decks that are metagaming this one. These are probably small samples. They're 4-0 against the fighting build. That doesn't surprise me. Have you seen the silly Leafeon fossil stuff? I am aware Leafeon fossils exist. It has not done anything in tournaments as of yet. I will eventually get to play with Leafeon because I like evolutions just as much as the next person, but I'd be surprised if anything with Leafeon is that good. Any spicy 3-0 gamers? Oh, it's Dex. As our chatter. The fighting zone build. Yep. Ah! Ms. Magius Togepi. This is some 4 basic Pokemon nonsense here for sure. Glaceon reads like a card that could be playable too. I agree. Oh, was Cloudy Panda the one that topped yesterday? This Decla is 6-2'd one of the tournaments yesterday. I grabbed it for my weekly roundup. Is this the same player or someone else? No, this is someone else. Bobby Jean was yesterday. So this Decla went 6-2 in a tournament yesterday. Maybe licky. I'll lick its way to the top. All right, let's play some more Lucario, huh? I don't understand your question, old man Ace. You get demonetized if you play Licky on stream. Asking the real questions. Hey, Tank Magic, thanks for upping the Prime. Glad you enjoyed the tournament. Speaking of, I haven't plugged that at all today. If you enjoyed the Hoaglandia Spraggles tournament we had last weekend, and you'd like to either participate or make sure you could watch the next one, we are confirmed to be coming back on March 8th after our next card packs release. And we will have a minimum 500 USD prize pool that's been community funded already. We're still trying to figure out sponsors, what else will be, but at a minimum there is going to be that much cash in there. With X speed here, we'll get to pivot into Aerodactyl and crack this Palkia next turn, which would be nice. It's our best draw, probably a Riolu to work towards Lucario. I typically watch on YouTube, but I forgot I could do this. Thanks for jumping over to the Twitch side to drop off that Prime sub. Helping us stay above our full-time goal. Appreciate everybody takes a couple of bucks from Jeffrey Bezos and sends them my way every month. It's the law, gamers. And if they have a way to retreat this, Cyrus is going to drag it right back up front here. Cape would be not great for us, so we'll let them live for a turn. X speed is so good. Your Hitmonlee deck should always have 2 X speeds, gamers. Vaporeon means they could leaf this out and move the energy to the other healthy one, yeah? More phenomenal. Thank you for the 5 months. The mana fee here. This is super ambitious in a Cyrus format. Induct Conduct, thank you for the 2 months. Okay, that makes sense. Got it. So, buttons on your underwear. They can Palkia Big Blast next turn. And then I think my sequence from there is, so they're gonna hit this and clear it using almost all of their energy. And then I'm gonna put Hitmonlee up and kick this down to 60. And then second Aerodactyl plus Cyrus gets the game win. We lose to a Cyrus out of them on the Hitmonlee after it goes down to 30 from this hit. But I think this is our path to victory. So we Aerodactyl the Manaphy. They Palkia our Aerodactyl. We Hitmonlee their benched Palkia. They hit us for 30, and then we Aerodactyl plus Cyrus the bench Palkia. Yes, Misty with a couple of heads will beat us. Is accurate, but you can't play around stuff like that. Cyrus is more likely. A Cyrus beats us. Because Hitmonlee's going to 30 from the big burst here. So unable to play around an opposing Cyrus, but we are beating Sabrina with the evolution, yep. Coolio. And this game is a stellar example of constructing a game plan. Making it so you're mapping out what the likely plays are, what you can and can't beat, and what your best path to victory is. Given the likely permutations. This is how you want to be thinking about Pokemon Pocket games to get better at it. 3 to 4 turns ahead. Hitmonlee Cyrus is very, very strong. Yes, this deck's definitely gonna have a highlight. Aerodactyl definitely feels like the best Lucario shell. We've tried a lot of Lucario decks, and every one other than this one has felt embarrassing to me. Even Lucario Rampart. I've been really unimpressed by Lucario Rampardos, yeah. I think Rampardos is better served by Hitmonlee and Cyrus. And you don't have room to play all of those. Unironically, one of my favorite openers with this deck is they play nothing out on their bench because we have Hitmonlee, and then we like charge up one of our 2 energy attackers in the back. Although now I have to guess which of the 2 I'm gonna draw into, yeah. I'll do this because if they evolve, this one still clears it. Although I suppose I would need exactly research into X speed plus arrow to clear from here since I don't have either yet. I pass back, I go to 40, they hit me for 20 plus 10. Yeah, I think this is the line. If they have their stage 2 on curve, we're gonna be in trouble though. I think every fighting deck should be aiming to lead Hitmonlee, so the burning question isn't does Lucario let me hit a breakpoint, it's does Lucario let me hit a breakpoint after I kick something. I think that's a really good / high level way to think about the current metagame that I would agree with. I think that is exactly the right question to be asking. Aerodactyl is insane in this matchup if we find it. Yeah, they really lean on evolutions. In addition to enabling Cyrus, Hitmonlee is like also this deck's version of like Giovanni essentially, which is one of the many reasons why a deck I want to work on some more is Ms. Magius Azolf with Cyrus stuff. So I think that core could serve kind of a very similar role where you like soften up their backline. And I keep my Lucario here. Give up the baby. Hey, Izzo? Yeah, I'm very confident that all of these fighting decks want 2 Hitmonlees. That's definitely an optimization that feels good. Oh, assuredly I just draw Aerodactyl finally, right? I like lose the game on the spot if I miss it though. Let's just draw it and win. Easiest game of Pokemon Pocket I ever played. So with Lucario and weakness, we cleaned this out. We were like, I haven't played Communication yet. Is there communications? There's one communication in this deck, right? Now I'm blanking. We've been mixing up those. I think there's one communication. If there was a communication in our deck, we had 2 arrows, a communication, and 2 research and 9 cards. Which is pretty likely to get through. Yeah, they can't evolve now here either. Because of the law. Man, I thought we were gonna lose this one too, but we just maneuvered into a win here, huh? Wish Lightning got support like Lucario, Pikachu, and Pachirisu can't go over the top or anything. You should really check out Luxray if you want to be a Lightning believer in the current metagame. Luxray's on my list of things to play in a tournament at some point. It's felt really clean. Just put up a handful of results. Have you discussed Gallade Lucario? I don't remember if I've played that one specifically, but I've been really whelmed by Lucario alongside Stage 2 Pokemon, because it just takes up so many deck slots. I haven't posted an Executor Yanmega highlight because Executor decks are hard to get highlights with, because you just get so many free wins. Just like half the games you win are just like trash that aren't worth posting because they were free. It's very powerful for that same reason too. It's just not a deck that makes good content. I try to never post content I wouldn't want to watch myself. And I remember I clicked into a highlight video one time, and it was like a 3-game highlight, and the creator flipped 2+ heads on Misty in 2 of the games. And I was like, why am I even here? What are we doing? Why am I here? Why did I watch this? All right, Cyrus clears this with weakness in Lucario. Off the top dealer. I think it's wrong to try and kick this because if they evolve, I'm in a bad spot. Noteworthy breakpoint. Aerodactyl EX in the active spot goes down in 1 to Luxray. It's my favorite deck so far this season. I don't know. Probably Blastoise Manaphy is my favorite I've played so far. There's so many good ones. All the Fighting Box stuff has been good. I like your content a lot because it's pretty rare. You overplay a deck and you talk about its weaknesses. A lot of other deck compilations are mediocre and they cherry pick the games. Yeah, for sure. Anything can be a 5-0 win streak in a YouTube highlight, right? You prefer regular Lucario to the full art? I like my cards to match, generally speaking, and I've only hit 1 full art Lucario so far, so until I get a second, I'm playing the regulars. That's funny. I always try and watch content for the game that I'm playing just to keep up on like what's going on in the space. And I came across a YouTube channel the other day, and I think I looked at their page of deck highlights, and 4 of the last like 8 videos they uploaded were some form of busted or insane in the title. And I was just like, if everything's busted and insane, isn't nothing? Isn't that how it works? I think we clear the Kegger, right? That's close. My lack of Cyrus. Meta Breaker. I have Meta Crusher as the title of my next video that's going to upload this afternoon because I wanted to post a picture of Venusaur sitting on a Darkrai, and it felt like the most appropriate thing for that. Crushing in the literal sense. They have no points here, yeah? Hitting the Aerodactyl is interesting. Yeah, I think they needed to kill this and then top deck Volkner to kill this, yeah? They disconnected when they realized their mistake. Yeah, their out to win this game was Volt Bolt my Lucario this last turn and then top deck other Volkner to Volt Bolt again. You know what time it is, regulars.
Down here, salt is a way of life.
Obviously, the environment down here is all salt. The ceiling's salt, the floor is salt, the walls are salt, and to an extent, the air is salt. And you breathe that in, and you can constantly taste the salt.
This video has 2.5 million views on it, and I would wager the last 500,000 or so are probably my channel while playing card games. Self-inflicted salt, yep. Cape and Rocky Helmet are both very playable cards. It's very deck dependent on which is better. No thanks. No thanks for you, gamer. Too much sodium in your diet. Okay, I think I want to play 1 or 2 more games with this for a highlight. And then, after we finish this one, this caught my eye in one of the tournaments. And the idea of it both excites and sickens me a little bit. So I think I need to give it a go. I'm gonna change a couple of the details, I think, but I might even play 2 Shaman, honestly. But this sounds like a real good time. You play just water energy, but you're like Palkia, Shamans, Giant Cape, potions with like frog artillery from the back. Like, I think some of the details here are messy, but I like the spirit. Like the idea of what's going on here is like appealing to me as someone who's a sicko. So I need to run to the restroom. We need to run an advert. I'm gonna throw the fighting deck list up. We're gonna play a few more with the fighting deck when we return, and then we're gonna try this Palkia Greninja stall pile of stuff. Thanks for hanging out. Don't go anywhere. If you're watching all on the YouTube side, consider tapping the like button on the live stream. Appreciate the almost 800 people that have done that already. it almost time to be done with Space Heater season, chat? Did Jeff explain why Hitmonlee instead of Hitmonchan? Because Hitmonlee is actually the only reason to play fighting cards. Absolutely every single fighting deck you play should have 2 Hitmonlees in it. Especially in tandem with Cyrus. Hitmonlee lets you proactively soften up your opponent's Pokemon to hit key breakpoints the turn they're pulled to the front. I saw my shadows. We're gonna have 3 more weeks of Space Heater season. Curses. Unlucky. Mew Charizard, eh? Kickmonlee, Aerodactyl, Cyrus, Charmander. We have a real convoluted combination of cards here to keep their evolutions at bay. Without a second Lucario, without a Lucario in sight, we're not playing out this other Riolu just yet. A vibe on it for a turn. We'll establish the law here. Yep, I assume there's an X-Speed or a Leaf here. Both very common cards in the opponent's archetype. Alright, we get to kick one of the babies off the board this turn. Unluckiest Charizard player you'll ever meet. And then the game plan from here is kick the other baby and then have Cyrus drag it kicking and screaming to the front of the class. If they have Charmeleon into Charizard on curve here, we could be in trouble. If they brick on their stage 1 this turn, we're ahead in a pretty big way, I think. Last card is Charizard. Narrator, it's always Charizard. Do I ever try and kick Mew twice so I could drag it in with Cyrus? I think so. Yeah, that's the line. Yep, that's the line. May not be able to kick Mew twice. I only need to kick it once unless they have another cape because we found Lucario. And if they do have a cape, I can top deck second Lucario. Deba, that's all, folks. This deck is so good. This game really highlights something that I believe was Wake in chat said earlier, which is you don't think about Lucario in terms of what breakpoints does it let me hit. You think about Lucario in terms of what breakpoints does it let me hit after I kick something. And this is a good example of one of those. Just every bit of the Buffalo here. Hitmonlee, Cyrus, Lucario, Aerodactyl teamed up to take him down. Yep. Fossils, what we want to draw the most. We'll fit a basic out before we draw. Hitmonlee versus Drudagon. Tale as old as time. Beauty and the Beast. Is there fire energy in your deck, buddy? If they don't play out a basic, Lucario is lethal next turn. There's lightning energy in your deck. Oh, they're Dragonite. Okay. Suddenly it all makes sense. Man, Hitmonlee, Cyrus, we're a bully, chat. We're a bully. This game's over, yeah? We kick this, we drag it to the front of the class, we knock it out with Aerodactyl? Dragonite enjoyers can't catch a break. They deserve the trash can we're putting them in. Is this a concession, Cyrus? This is like a concession, Cyrus, plus going to read a Reddit post about it, yeah? How unfair this card is. They were ready. All right, let's get one more good showcase and then we'll pivot to the next pile. The speed of the concession tells me you're right. Yep. They were hovering. They knew what was coming. Man, Rotom. Oh, man. Oh, man. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Gapis, thanks for the quarter of a year. Welcome back. It's Jover, chat. Pack it up, pack it in. Man, this game might be a blowout. Oh my goodness, they're Fan Rotom plus OG Aerodactyl. Just like truly living their best life. They have fire and lightning energy. What do we think their energy typing is for? No, my goodness, it can't be stopped. Mercy! Mercy! Alright, enough with the blowouts. Primeval Law does affect fossils here, so I think we're done here. This game was a breeze, I agree. Respect. Respect. Okay. I feel like we did way too much winning with that deck. And we need to donate some wins back by playing something terrible for a little bit. Let's try this Shaman Greninja control deck. It's so annoying that I have to search extra for my promo Greninjas. Very obnoxious, much wow. Fun fact as a PSA, because a lot of people don't know this. You can favorite cards to have easy access to things you're putting in most of your decks. The more you know. What do we think of this? Is it possible I want second X speed over second potion? I feel like being able to shuffle... a shaman lead for free is probably good. Yeah, I don't know that I have room for communication either with all the healing. I'm inclined to start here. X speed's so good. I need one more cape so I can have matching flares on these. Oh, you know, I have a pack we can open that dinged while we were playing. Should go do that. But we'll be able to change default flares. Probably never. Do. Ooh. Unplayable cards. TCG Live doesn't have default flares. Do they have flares on cards similar to this? Oh, is that new? Did I not have that yet? Holy. Missing 1 stars. Look at that. Can tell I haven't opened a ton of this set. We're still missing 1 stars. TCG Live doesn't have flares. Okay, that would have surprised me. Bonus pick. For those who didn't take note, by the way, there's 100 trade tokens inside of the Wonder Pick event rewards. More of that, please, DNA. A lot more of that, please. Yes, level 50 is the maximum. First time chatter posting a complaint about the trading system after we said something positive. You're probably not going to be a good culture fit for this channel. Go spread your negativity somewhere else, please. Ooh, Palkia, please. Otherwise, Lucario, what's that called? Lucario Primate would clear my frog. Our bench Pokemon is a Shaman. You're not playing any grass energy. She simply heals our friends every turn. It's like a playable Butterfree. And she's adorable. Any thoughts on the Mankey Primeape combo? We tried to play some of this Primeape on stream the other day with Cape, but it just still felt kind of clunky, unfortunately. Am I building this up? Probably. If they have Cape, we'd be in trouble with our start, though, without Frogadair here. Hey, Kimmel, thank you for the 14 months. Welcome back. I've enjoyed one energy Primeape with Lucario. Yeah, I'd buy that for $1. 70 for one's a lot. I was kind of hoping for second Shaman there. Cape lets us survive. Cape Shaman lets us survive the hit from Mankey, yeah? I hope we get Annihilate sometime soon. Is there a stage 2 for Primeape? Is that real? If we get a stage 2 for one energy Primeape, that card is probably absurd. Primeape that attacks for 1 is an absurd stepping stone to something bigger. And it's a ghost type. Holy. I guess they could make it psychic energy then, right? So you couldn't curve it. There's a few ways that could go. Frogadair is an awesome pickup here. That means I can pick this off next turn with the Greninja. Things kind of working exactly how we wanted it here, too. The Palkia plus the healing support buying us time to set up our stage 2 is nice. What? Potion here is good. If they have Cyrus, they could pull this one up and clear it. I think it's just this. If they don't have Cyrus, we should be in a good spot. If they don't clear either of these, the game is over next turn, right? Because we go Greninja, clear one, and then we fully charge this organically. I'm really glad we decided to try this. I've been meaning to get around to a deck that just, like, builds Palkia all natural like this. And this felt like a pretty slick game. Every bit of the Water Buffalo coming together here. We basically always want to lead Palkia, so that's great. Nice. One Froakie, one Shaman. Unlucky. We're probably a little awkward against coughing. Especially with Rocky Helmet. Is this let lead Palkia just take hits and charge big on the back one? That's what my gut says. They have their full setup here. We need to find our Frogadair ASAP. Oh, what's the math on how long my Palkia lives? Not great. Not great is the answer. You're dealing, what, 70 a cycle? Do I die next turn without the cape? So I go down to 60. Sorry, I go up to 90. Let's get that out of the way. I go down to 80. I go down to 60. I don't need to cape this turn. Is it 80 a cycle? No, it's 20, 30, 20. It's 70. The second Geo get us? I'd be surprised if they root for second Geo. But also, no, we still live on 10. Weezing Darkrai has a lot of passive damage. And now I need to make sure I don't die to... I want to make sure I don't die to the Darkrai trigger, right? Which we're good for. I go down to 30, they put me to 10, they have to attack or the poison clears me. And then it's going to be backup Palkia and Shamans against the world. Not all heroes wear capes, chat, but this Palkia is certainly about to. my frogs? Where are my frogs? 2 Frokies, 2 research. Bottom 8 cards. Dead to Sabrina. Unluck. Okay, so we're taking 100 here, down to 30. And then I can only gain 60, right? Which means we're dead. Right, is that the math? Potion, Cape, Shamans. Wow, they do have 2 Geo in their deck. Crazy. We need a top deck Cyrus to live here. I guess I can retreat to a Shaman and give one of them up. Oh, they already have 2 points. They do. GG. Right. The first card we gave up was Palkia. We've been playing so many 1 knockout point decks. We've been playing so many 1 knockout point decks. Alright, which kind of Drudagon pile is it? That one. Got it. Shaddock Gaming. Some basics, please. Some basics, please. Okay. Wish partially granted. I don't think I play the cape. It's close. They're not chat-outing anyways. Perfect. Alright, so I think the game plan from here is chip shot their Gyarados is enough that Palkia can dimensional store them away. Hopefully I have time to work that out. Slightly above average Misty here for our opponent. Personally, I'm excited for them to still take an energy off by Palkia, despite having 8 on the board. Oh my goodness! What a deck. This has been a lesson for our chat on opponent and why your deck should have 2 attackers and not just be all in on the Gyarados. Unlucky Misty player. We talk about playing more basics in your deck on this channel a lot, and one of the things playing more basics enables is a diverse range of game plans, right? Like, usually 2 of your 3 Pokemon lines can be solid attackers, so that way you're not just DOA when you brick on your primary one. I assume if Pocket ever has balance problems, they will ban cards as opposed to rebalance, but we'll see. We've yet to be in an instance where that's a thing we need to be concerned with. What's the most fun card in this expansion? Cyrus enabled the type of decks I really like to play, which are smaller attacker decks, as opposed to decks that just like set up a big cannon and blast it. Figuring out Azelf with Cyrus is definitely on my to-do list. I'm confident that just like... I am confident that just like Hitmonlee Cyrus is good, there's something with Azelf Cyrus that's good. The paper card game does ban things when they have a problem, but they use it pretty sparingly in their standard format, is my understanding. We live in the garden. I've been playing Azelf with Clefable. Oh, that's an interesting thought. I like Mismagius as one of the finishers, but you kind of need a card that rewards you in going first, and Clefable is that, which is an interesting thought. Skolaki, thank you for the 7 months of Prime. Appreciate it. Do I want to attack Drudagon? I think the answer is no, yeah? Absolutely not. 0%. You can't make me. And I'm not sure if I want this bench slot to be a second Shaman or a second Greninja. So we definitely just wait for now, considering I have no Frogadiers anyways. We played a tournament with Garchomp Greninja. That was really sweet. It's definitely a deck I'm going to play more of at some point. Garchomp's going to be one of those cards that if they ever give us a way to mitigate 2-color energy variants, you watch out. It's going to be insane. So, next turn, Cyrus plus this murders this, and then this game is over. I think is where we're at. The opponent's deck, for those that haven't been keeping up on the metagame, is one of the more common decks in the format. It's very popular. popular. They also don't usually have any form of sustain. So we'll just murder down this Drudagon over the course of a couple of turns, right? We'll pull you up. Put a shuriken into here. You know, I probably should have waited on this in case I wanted to do something else. And this does 20 to the Drudagon as well. So they're just dead in 3 at this point. And I've got a potion and a cape and a shaman. Looking at our deck, chat, I think there's a strong opinion to be made that the opponent's deck is not turtly enough for the Turtle Club. They need to work a little bit harder if they wanna turtle up like us. Oh yeah, them putting it back. I assumed they weren't gonna put it up, so now I get to slash them too. Potion. Not all heroes wear capes, gamers, but this Palkia certainly does. Ah, the fragrance of my garden. This gives big lantern control energy. I mean, I did title this deck Troll Control in my deck editor. We knew what we were doing when we fired it up. Our cards look rather blue and white. No, they're very clearly blue and green. Thank you very much. All right, we need to take a brief pause for the cause and let some adverts roll, but we're gonna have to play some more with this one for sure. I'm using combination of cards. Let's throw it up on screen for anybody else that wants to, Oh, that's true. The Palkia is white with the immersive, huh? Is a little blue-white? That's a good call. All right, we'll see you in 120 seconds, gamers. Thanks for hanging out. Don't go anywhere. If you're watching on the YouTube side, consider tapping the like button if you're enjoying the live stream this afternoon. Appreciate the 842 gamers that have done that already. Gamers, there's a Garchomp gamer at 4-0 in the afternoon tournament. The morning tournament? Fighting box chop. Two duck, a Marshadow, a Hitmonlee, and stuff. Fighting box package so strong it can carry a dragon. 2 Cynthias. I think if your deck looks like this, you need 2 Cynthias. If Garchomp's your only attacker. You think you need it? Anything spicy in the 3-1s? Togekiss gamer still keep it up. Glade Primeape. Some Pakarisus. Shaman Venusaur. How's the monster doing? Look at all these most popular decks getting put into absolute trash cans. Man, Gyarados Greninja having a bad day too. Darkrai Magnezone, 24%. Gosh, do I love me a cyclical metagame. Gosh, the Pocket Design and Balance team is just so good at their jobs. What a stellar creation they have given us. "25 years of design experience distilled into one new product." Yeah, for sure, Gip. Uh-oh, they about to cook my frog? They're about to cook my frog, right? I attack, I hit them for 1, they go at energy, I frog a dare, even with a cape we die? We need a Palkia, and even then it's kind of questionable. Actually did. What do you think of Melmetal, Skarmory, and regular Pidgeot? That's an interesting combination of things. A lot of Pokemon cards, but could be fine. They're punishing you for Pakarisu's under. I mean, the one-dimensional, hyper-consistent, aggressive deck is very good against random jank, which is often what we play. I would assume it's terrible into, like, the fighting box decks. Something must be holding it back, given that it's not dominating the tournaments. What is better, Mono Pakarisu or Mono Articuno? The Mono Pakarisu is definitely the best 18 trainer deck this game has ever had. I'm skeptical it's actually good, but it's definitely better than the Articuno one. Is this game easy to learn? Absolutely. Give it a download on Android or iOS, and the onboarding tools that it has are really well done. We are not attacking into the Rocky Helmet here. It's not worth taking 20 to deal 10. The Pakarisu deck never beats Drudagon walls. That makes sense, because even with Giovanni, it takes them 2 hits to get through, and then you're set up behind it. Yeah. Drudagon Magnezone's gotta be impossible, huh? I guess we hit with this, and then if we top deck Greninja, we clear it next turn? Yeah? Oh, I forgot to attach energy to Shaman. Could be useful to retreat at some point. Our openers without Palkia definitely a little scuffed. Well, I guess no Palkia, no Greninja. Not a great combo. Need one of the two. Shout out to Drudagon, both holding the line and buffing sweet cards like Hitmonlee. Accurate. I think the tension that Drudagon creates in the metagame is really good. Alright, we have X speed to pivot off the Froakie, so hopefully this finds us, that. That's what we were looking for. Hopefully it finds us that. We are not going to play out second Froakie here. Uncertain if we want this to be a second Greninja or a second Shaman. We'll let this take a hit for a turn so that way we can pivot it off to the bench and slowly heal it back up, says Local Man about to get triple head. I'm having a lot of fun with Hitmonlee and a Magnezone deck. Yeah, the Magnezone Fighting Box deck is probably going to be one of the most popular decks this weekend in the big tournaments, I would bet. I also wouldn't be surprised if we have another weekend where, like, nothing's more than, like, 10-ish% metagame representation and things are pretty diverse, but I would bet. I would bet the Fighting Box Magnezone is probably going to be, like, top 3. It's got a lot of good tools. Glaceon Enjoyer. Yeah. I think there's a chance this card's super reasonable. Paralyze. Paralyze for on a 2 energy attack for 60 is pretty not bad. Definitely feels like a second Shaman angle, yeah? Second Shaman here means we live through another hit if they paralyze us, which is nice. Blue Shell Doom, thank you for the brand new Prime support. Appreciate that. Ooh, Cape's real good. And we're dead. Yikes. It's fine. We're just gonna draw Greninja. It's gonna be okay. We're gonna draw Greninja, and it's gonna be a-okay. Nobody panic. Could Leaf be better than X speed here because of Palkia? You really don't. What's the word I'm searching for? One, I wish I would have put an energy on this last turn. You really don't end up retreating your Palkias most of the time. They're supposed to be staying upright and fighting for us. Holding the Greninja here means if they pivot back to the Leafeon and hit heads, I get to evolve out of it, which is nice. Glaceon, whatever this one is. You know, the Eevee. I can't Cyrus this up because if this gets to Dimensional Storm, we lose. They put the third energy here. So I'm going to 50. And then I'm going to 70. And then I'm going to 90. And then I take 20 back down to 70. So we could... We die to another Giovanni next turn. But other than Giovanni, we're good with the Shamans. And I can, the other cape draw here means that I get to play around. Yeah, they're dead. Because I get to Greninja the Glaceon this turn and heal up to 90. Then we clear the Palkia and go back down to 70. And unless they have another Giovanni to clear us that turn, even if they paralyze us, the Greninja Water Shuriken gets us the last point of the Glaceon the following turn. It's a sweet game. The Shamans have been real solid. What was that? That was like a double Misty Head game too, right? Yeah, free potion every turn across the entire board. Maybe a little above rate. Part of me wonders what other things we should explore Double Shaman with. There's so much good deck building in this game. Can I play Double Shaman with, like, Weezing Koga? That sounds super toxic. Just, like, heal a bunch, and when they're finally about to kill you, bounce it back to your hand. We should try Double Shaman with Dialga. That's actually not a bad thought, bub. I don't hate it. Please make Dialga good. I have flared immersives. LOL. I don't know that I'm gonna murder this all the way down, but we'll at least take one hit so I can shaman it back up, yeah? They evolve, I go second energy. They evolve, I go third energy. I'm gonna need to put a cape on this so we don't get got by Cynthia Garchomp. Although I guess they can't Leaf and Cynthia on the same turn. Oh, is this Shaman? Please be Shaman. Oh, I guess Froggy's pretty good too. I'm actually not sure what I wanted more there, if I'm being honest. Shaman is better for content, probably. I think I'm just vibing. I think I just want to be full. If they want to leaf in and hit me, I want to be able to heal it to the max next turn. Okay, cool. And then this is guaranteed to be a frog, which means at this point, they can kind of no longer wait, yeah? I'm going to tap this one time now, so that way it's in double frog range, yeah? Do I hit them one more time so the frog clears it in one next turn? That's probably it, yeah? We heal back to 170, we hit this to 10, and then... Yeah. This is the line. Ooh, the Cyrus is so good here too, because the Cyrus means I can pull one of these up and then hit it, and then I can actually, I don't need to hit this now, right? Because I can Greninja this up, hit this down to 20, and then clear it with a Greninja at any point, yeah? I would be shocked if the deck we're playing is good, but it's really obnoxious. Truly and wholly just super freaking obnoxious. Yeah, if we hit the Drudigon this turn, we would get got by. Cynthia plus X speed is a good call. All right, we just hope their other Garchomp is buried. If their other Garchomp isn't in their hand, they are super torched. Hello, Garchomp. I need you to come to the front of the class, please. They can have second chomp here still. They do not. Oh man, we're such a bully. We're such a bully. Imagine thinking you can stall and running into us. The champions of stalling. Opponent out here playing Wall of Omens against our Tron deck. That's a deep cut. In before Venusaur next game. If we queued into Venusaur, what would be our path to victory? We need to get like 6 energies on Palkia so we could like back-to-back storm them. Not impossible, but improbable. Depending on what we draw here, this is probably a research before ball angle because I really want to maximize the odds of having Shaman and Froakie next turn. Venu is 190. So if you cape it, it goes to 210, and if you Erica, it goes to 260. It heals to 290. I guess if you cape a Venusaur, it heals at Erica's, then you have a Shaman or 2, it survives 2 150 hits. It's a lot, yeah. Daddy Plant, I know, is very durable. Yeah, I wanna maximize our chance to get 2 basics, so we'll leave the basics in our deck before we Pokeball, or before we research. So they can ram us for 30, but we also clear this in 2 with our slash, which is nice. And Magnezone can't attack, Magneton can't attack next turn, which is great. Shaman's a wonderful pup to pull here. His last bench slot is being saved for another utility card, ideally. If they curve into zone here, it could be bad for us. If they don't have the full curve, we're okay. If it's looking like they're gonna curve into zone, is this a build Palkia in the back angle? I think so, yeah. Potion plus cape means we live Darkrai plus, this means we live Darkrai plus zone next turn. Get another attack for 30 in. Thanks to Shaman here. We're hoping to draw Frogadair next turn. Okay, so obviously Cyrus could run us down. Oh gosh. I think it's here, so this can be ready to attack. Yeah, Frog's a decent pull. Pull this out. Send this in. Get a little fragrant flower action going on. If they don't have their Cyrus here, they're gonna be out of Magnezone blasts, which is good for the home team. Okay, so now I get to do this, and then I do this here, retreat the Palkia, we put 20 damage into the Darkrai, and then we clear the Magnezone. Is there a line here? Are we building to a line? It feels like we're building to a line. No, Greninja's ability works from your bench too. Oh, they had Cyrus the whole time. Rip. Well, they probably top deck. If they had it, they probably would have played it already. We're not dead on board though, yeah? They need Sabrina or another Cyrus? Yeah, we don't need the cape to survive. The cape lets us beat Giovanni though, which is nice. Alright, dodge the Sabrina, we can dodge a ball. There's only 4 cards in their deck. Usually these decks play 1 Cyrus, 1 Sabrina. They usually have a cape also. So, if they pull this Darkrai back, there's a chance we don't kill it for 2 turns. Alrighty. There's another Shaman in my deck, yeah? Oh, punish for not playing the frog out sooner. Rip. Okay, and now they need 2 capes. They need 2 capes to not be dead, right? I think we still have them. This deck is such a good example of why this format is awesome. This deck is way sweeter than I was expecting it to be. Oh, you know what? We lose to Sabrina because I didn't play the frog out. We're gonna lose to Sabrina because I didn't play the frog out. If I was no, because we're still killing this. They need another cape. Never mind. Okay, cool. We're good. If they had a second cape, I would have lost to Sabrina. But we still just kill this active one. Whew. Neat game either way. A lot of sweet game actions for us. How is Shaman? Unironically, this deck makes me want to explore Shaman and other things. Ooh, another Druidagon enjoyer. I feel like that's got to be pretty good for us, yeah. I think in this matchup, I want 2 Shaman, so I'm going to research before I Pokeball, because it makes it the most likely for me to get 2 Shamans. That's unfortunate. This is guaranteed to be one at least, though. And then I'm pretty sure we just charge my Dino Laser to 4 here. Just take it slow and steady. Yeah, but did you see me not attack? I'm gonna not attack so much harder next turn. You put that Rocky helmet on the Druidagon gamer. Stare you right in the face while I not attack. You've never seen someone not attack as hard as I'm not attacking right now. Fast Frog could easily win them the game. This means they're dealing 30 per turn to my active if they want to. Yep. With X speed, they could deal 120 next turn, yeah? So I need to do this. 20, 40, 120. Something with some of these cards put up a result of the tournament that I was like, we can clean up some of these details. We like put a second Shaman in and like added X speeds and stuff. But there was a Palkia Greninja deck that had one Shaman in it that I was like, yeah, I want to do that. That sounds good. So they have no sustain. So I think it's hit this. And now I think the play is we pivot these. Pivot. Because they can't Cyrus me and Leaf in the same turn. So I don't need to be surprised them dragging this up and putting this up all at once. And now they're going to be splitting their damage, which means my Shaman gets to heal more than 10 per turn from this position. Where is this one going? Okay, so that one into the back tells me they have Cyrus ready to go, which is unfortunate. I think that means we're dead. This is definitely a can't beat Cyrus position, right? Because they could deal 120 next turn. I can only get to 110. If we kill Darkrai, they can't attack anymore. Yeah, but how do I ever kill Darkrai through a Cyrus? I can't, right? So I think it's hope they don't have it, and then we can see what they do. Them having their Greninja so much faster than us, and us not hitting the second Shaman. If we either had Greninja first or had second Shaman, I think we would have been fine here, but they just had their full setup and we did not. I clicked through Greninja's activation. You're right. I didn't do it. You can get to 130. There's already a cape on here. Oh my goodness, they didn't have the Cyrus and they were forced to retreat. Okay, well my Miss Greninja activation could really matter now, but that's hilarious. Okay, we start here. We do this. We put a cape on here because it means that they can't kill this next turn without putting this up, and if they put this up, then this blasts them away. Is there merit to putting energy on the Greninja? I'm not sure that there is. I think our line to win this game involves just getting this and blasting twice, potentially. Cyrusing up their Darkrai is also a good line. We're gonna have a Cyrus. We have one Cyrus in our deck. Yeah, them missing their Cyrus made this game last a lot longer. I'm really sad with myself that I missed that Greninja trigger now. Killing their Frog a turn sooner is a big deal as well. Okay, so now I need to put an energy on here and potion this. And then next turn, we have 2 draws on our Cyrus. We can pivot this out and then Cyrus this up. That's so many draws. Is that guaranteed? Not quite. Cyrus could be our literal bottom card. He's not our literal bottom card. All right, I think there's a path, gamers. I believe there's a path. Energy. Tap the Greninja. Hold the door! Hold the door! Come on, pass the turn. Pass the turn! My last 2 cards are both X speed here, by the way. Wait, what? They already attached their energy. I needed this up anyways, gamer. They're just flailing at this point. They're just flailing. And I'm gonna put an energy on here, so that way it can attack next turn. Cyrus, can you please come to the front of the class? Darkrai, Cyrus would want to see you. Oh, yeah. That's the... Games like that are why you play this deck, gamers. Games like that. Listen. With this deck, you're gonna be here for a long time, not a good time. I know I've said it a few times with this expansion, but like, I wasn't sure the first time I loaded Pocket what the depth of this game was gonna be. And literally every expansion they've added, there's just been like, what if we just added way more depth? It's like, what if we just added way more depth? What if your options to like play long, interesting, intricate games just like went up every release? All right, here's this monster for those that want it. I don't think I'd make any changes. Troll control is definitely an appropriate deck name. I think I liked every card we were playing. I don't think I would do anything different. Oh, I know what I'd change. Hold on. I just remembered. I have 3 full art shamans. After we did that, chat, we need to flare this bad Bama Jamma. What are we doing? Hearts? Is it hearts? It's gotta be hearts, right? I feel like doing anything other than hearts would be sacrilege. The petals are kind of cute, but Shaman is definitely a hearts gamer. Yeah, the Togekiss highlight will be up on the YouTube channel tomorrow for sure. That Togekiss deck was sweet. Is it gonna be tomorrow? I don't know. I might tomorrow for that one. Yeah, maybe it is tomorrow. This control deck's gonna get a good one. That was quite good. I check my Wonder picks for a 4th Shaman real quick. No Shamans. Sag. All right, gamers. It is almost 3:30. I think I'm going to go ahead and call it an afternoon. If you want to see more from yours truly, I'm going to hit publish on a deck highlight over on the Hoaglandia Pocket YouTube channel here in just a minute. Actually, I think it's right now. I can publish it and drop the link. So if you want to watch more from me, you can check out some Venusaur action. Speaking of, yeah, okay, yeah, I can't upload this control deck tomorrow because we uploaded Venusaur control today. So check out some Venusaur control over on the YouTube side, and I'm gonna be off this weekend. We have family time. Tomorrow's the Pinewood Derby, chat. I didn't share that picture. We can share that. Last night was car painting day. Car painting night for the children. So tomorrow I'm gonna be orchestrating 70 children racing derby cars, which is always a good time. And then I'll be spending Sunday with the family too. I'll be back Monday morning, bright and early for that. What was the other one? I got a ton of good ones on the blue sky. Where was it? Oh, chat, we did art. So if you saw this yesterday, this is a spoiler. You saw this already, but look at my art. Isn't my art beautiful? Validate me, chat. Tell me my art is beautiful. I know hers is better. I don't need to hear that. All right, go watch the Venusaur video. I'm leaving. Enjoy your weekend, gamers.